Good morning, everyone. This hearing is now called to order. I now invite the counsel for the applicant to do his re-examination of the witness panel.
Thank you, Chair.
Please, Mr. Graves, are you still affirm?
Good morning, I am.
Mr. Jennings
I am.
and Mr. Seal.
Morning, Chair, I am.
Okay, counsel, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, Chair, just a bit of housekeeping. During, I believe it's Tuesday, cross-examination by Mr. Wendt, there was reference to a table, and I believe Mr. Worm was making some assistance in trying to indicate that the table he was referencing was incorrect. This is just to say that there was an error in the table that was being referenced by Mr. Wendt, and this error was highlighted by a letter dated 19th of August 2022. The applicant indicated the nature of the error, corrected the form, and submitted it to all parties. So that is just in relation to that matter with Mr. Wendt and for his benefit.
Noted.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the re-examination, Mr. Graves, in speaking to the level of generating capacity over and above your maximum load, you referenced the need to facilitate maintenance. And I think you should give some explanation as to what you mean excess to facilitate maintenance, and give it in the context of your actual operations.
Okay, sure. So as you would appreciate, with all pieces of equipment, there needs to be maintenance conducted on the piece of equipment from time to time in order for it to remain in good working order and to remain reliable. As such, the utility would maintain various pieces of its equipment from time to time. And to be able to do that, then we need to have excess capacity beyond the system peak to allow for various pieces of equipment, various generators to be removed from service from time to time to execute that maintenance. So effectively, we have to have enough capacity to cover what will be normal system peak. And we also need to have enough capacity to allow us to remove various units from service from time to time to do maintenance, and also to be able to respond in the event that another unit were to develop a fault and had to be removed from service.
Okay. It could reasonably be said that there was the implication from some of your cross-examination that the applicant is carrying excess capacity. What is your opinion as to that contention?
Okay, so I would not say that we are carrying excess capacity. What I would say is that we have adequate capacity to cover the system peak, and as I said just now, to allow for maintenance, normal routine maintenance, and also to cater for any equipment breakdowns. What I would say is that we do not have too much or too little capacity. We have just what is needed to have that proper balance to allow for efficient operations.
You're almost preempting me. I was about to ask, have you ever been accused of having too little?
Yes, we have.
Yes, okay. Mr. Jennings, you were questioned as to the appropriateness of using depreciation calculations based on the company's regulatory filings for this application, as opposed to those updated in line with IFRS guidelines. And I just want to clarify that whole discussion and make sure that everyone is on the same page. The present regulatory filings are based on a study done when?
They based on a study done using 2006 data, which would have been used in the 2010 decision.
How many studies have the applicant conducted since then?
As referenced in paragraph 12 of my memorandum on rate-based, studies were completed in 2012, 2017, and updated to 2019.
Okay. And prior to the depreciation application that preceded this hearing, the most recent, did you ever seek approval from the FTC for any of those previous studies you just referenced?
Yes, we applied for approval of each of the studies.
Okay. In the depreciation hearing that just proceeded, did the FTC agree that it would be appropriate to align regulatory and financial filings as it related to depreciation, but wanted confirmation that there was no excess recovery or capital costs?
Yes, I believe that was communicated in an interrogatory on June 30, 2020.
Okay, and I believe the question was number 4 of that interrogatory.
That's correct.
And in that interrogatory, having expressed their concern to ensure that there was no excess recovery of capital costs, did they request any information of you?
Yes, they did, and it was submitted.
Okay. So the FTC would have said, we believe it should be aligned, but we are concerned about excess recovery. We want further information. You submitted that information. Okay.
That is correct.
Thereafter, the depreciation rates were approved for transmission and distribution.
Yes.
Okay. On which study were those approved rates based?
On the 2019 updated study, which of course are based on the amounts prepared on an IFRS basis.
The depreciation rates you now seek approval for as it relates to generation assets are based on which study?
The same 2019 updated study.
Okay, some technical queries now. I believe these are from Mr. Graves. A reference was made during cross-examination to an FTC report of April 19th, 2013, where it was indicated that the issue of steam generators, that an issue for the steam generators related to difficulty in stop and starting, and there was a link to their age. Do you remember that reference, Mr. Graves?
Yes, I do.
When such plants are new, because as I said, is stopping and starting with any degree of frequency a concern?
Yes, it would still be a concern even if the plant was new, based on the technology.
Okay. And does this link to the evidence you gave as to startup times related to if it's cold or if it's warm? You gave some evidence about startup times or times to get it up to capacity if it was cold. How long did you suggest there?
Yes, to start up from cold would take approximately 10 to 12 hours, whereas if it was warm or hot, it would take up to about 4 hours.
So the issue of stopping and starting had nothing to do with the age of the machinery. Now, let's go to the general design. And I think the technical term is cycling. Is it fair to say that such plant was not designed for cycling, whether new or old?
That is correct. It's usually designed for base load to run continuously.
Okay. Now, You would have previously given testimony, and I say you now as a panel because I cannot remember if this was Mr. Graves or Mr. Seal, that service lives are determined by industry standards for specific types of equipment. You were questioned as to if, and the if is a quote, usage of the clean energy bridge dropped in the future, what service life might look like. Have you ever heard of service life being informed by what you speculate or hope usage might look like in the future?
No, sir.
Okay. The danger is what is the significant danger associated with that, or the obvious danger associated with that type of speculation?
Well, if you're doing that sort of speculation, it's very possible that you'll get it completely wrong. That may have other implications on the plant itself, and also may have some implications in terms of the recovery of the cost for the plant in the long term.
Okay. Now, a constant theme throughout these proceedings has been a repeated questioning about the decision not to retire the steam plant post 2019. Reference was made yesterday, I believe, to a letter 2012 from Mark King referencing the issue. It was also suggested, I believe, by my good friend Lieutenant Colonel Brown, that the FTC should make some assessment, or should have made some assessment of a decision of that nature. Is it, to your understanding, that the FTC did make such an assessment, of Light and Power's decision on the non-retirement of the steam plant?
Yes, the assessment that I'm aware of that they would have made would have been contained in the depreciation decision of March this year.
Okay. Chair, if I may, with your permission, of you and your administrator, share my screen so I can bring up the decision so that I could reference certain.
I think you can provide a reference, and we would try to provide that.
Okay.
So share the reference, and we would provide the information.
It's the depreciation decision, as Mr. Graves just referenced, and I'm dealing specifically with paragraphs 118 to 120. Thank you, Chair. Now, Mr. Graves, at paragraph 118 of the decision, BLPC's position, as articulated throughout these hearings, is set out. Basically, that the rationalize the extension of the steam units as resulting of decline in demand, economic conditions, and policy changes. Furthermore, the applicant's decision to retire the steam plant on the commissioning of one sizable project that was supposed to come on stream, namely the construction of a biomass and waste-to-energy plant, was set back when the project never materialized. There's also then reference to the BNEP policy. So in terms of your understanding of the applicant's evidence so far in these proceedings, is it in alignment with what is stated here at paragraph 118?
Yes, it is. This is accurate.
Okay. At paragraph 119, we have the Commission's response. The Commission acknowledges the concerns of the intervener and the applicant's rationale for their decision. The Commission was made aware of the government's intention to install the waste-to-energy and biomass plants. Additionally, the policy changes by the government in the form of the development of the BNet 2019 to 2030 by the Ministry of Energy was part of the considerations of the applicant in its decision-making. At paragraph 120, given the transition that the electricity market has been seeing over the period 2010 to present, a decision to retire steam units and replace them by other fossil fuel plants could potentially result in creation of stranded assets. That is, assets that are still used and useful, but need to be retired earlier than the end of their useful life, in that the assets would have been determined to be prudently incurred. The recovery of those costs will still need to be borne by the Barbados consumer, and therefore will result in increased costs to the consumer. Fair to say that in that section, Mr. Graves, the FTC is recognizing that the priority was to ensure that consumers did not carry certain unnecessary costs related to stranded assets. Is that a fair understanding of that reading?
Yes, that's my understanding. Okay.
And therefore, finally, for this reason, the Commission therefore recognized the conclusion by the applicant to defer its decision to remove aged infrastructure from the generation as a reasonable one. So certainly it was not your understanding, as maybe suggested by Lieutenant Colonel Brown, that this matter had not been assessed by the Fair Trading Commission.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Now let's move on. The prudence of your spend as it related to the investment in the S1 and S2 at $19 million for that 3 to 4 years of operation. And I think you've said it, but I just want to ensure it's stated clearly. What were the fuel savings in 1 year based on that investment?
Okay, so using fuel prices from this year and the annual production that we are seeing of the unit of about 82 gigawatt hours in a year, the savings for just 1 year would be in the region of $24 million.
And as you said, using fuel and recognizing the operation. So this is the counter to what you were describing yesterday, where you actually have sufficient evidence to make an assessment as to what type of savings you're going to see because you're actually up and running.
Yes, correct.
There was also the suggestion that the steam plant is inefficient and unreliable. Reference was made to a figure of 250 gigawatts of power being produced previously and it being substantially reduced now. What were the actual average production of both S1 and S2 between 2010 and 2015?
Okay, so between 2010 and 2015, the average output for S1 and S2 combined was 191 gigawatt hours. So that's approximately 95 gigawatt hours per unit. Okay.
And how does that production per unit now compare with the present performance of the S1?
Okay, so S1 would have produced 82 gigawatt hours since coming in 2020. And it's in that sort of range right now. This year, we expect it to get closer to 90 gigawatt hours. But as I said, the only other thing I would say on this matter too, as we try to compare the 2010-2015 period to now, is as I said in earlier testimony, that with the increase in renewables on the grid, the unit is not required to be dispatched at its full load at all times. And as a result, you would have a reduction in output in any given year.
But in terms of its performance, it is quite comparable with the period 2010 to 2015.
Yes. So when you take that all those factors into consideration, the production is comparable with what it was done in those earlier years.
Okay. There was also the suggestion that the non-alignment of the service life of the that there was non-alignment of the service life of the clean energy bridge with government's 2030 vision. Do you recall an interrogatory as to the Ministry of Energy's knowledge of the clean energy bridge service life? And I believe responses dated 15th of July.
So I think Mr. Steele will take this one.
Mr. Seal.
Yeah, so that is correct. Yes.
And in that response, did you not indicate that the service life ending 2046 was known and understood by the Ministry of Energy?
Yes, that is correct. With a projected in-service date of 2021, towards the end of 2021, as we had projected the commissioning at the time, 25 service year life will bring it to around 2046. And that was agreed with the ministry.
And also in relation to the interrogatory responses, July 15th, I think this is for you, Mr. Graves, because yesterday you were questioned, I believe, by the public counsel as to your ability to project and calculate possible losses that would have been incurred based on certain elements of production being available, not available, and the like. In the July 15th response, did you speak specifically to the issue of assessing speculated losses? My term.
Yes, in that response on July 15th, we will have spoken to the concerns in terms of being able to do the calculation as requested.
Let's go on. Mr. Graves, I'm just confirming. It's being suggested you might have said kilowatt. I just want to make sure we're talking about gigawatt hours relative to the operations of the S1 and S2. Those figures, 191.
Oh, yes, those figures I would have given would have been gigawatt hours. So 190.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that we were talking gigawatts. Okay.
Gigawatt hours, yes. Sorry.
And now I'm going to try and channel my best part of the chairman. Yesterday, Mr. Jennings, in a query raised by the chairman, and I'm going to try to see if I can break it down. You were asked about your budgeting for capital expenditure. And any linkages to the source of the expenditure. And I think this arose out of the chairman's efforts to clarify some queries being raised by Lieutenant Colonel Brown as to the setting aside of funds from retained earnings for purchases. And I think that is the context. But I believe at the core of that is your policy as to funding your capital expansion plan. So what is your policy presently as it relates to funding your capital expansion plan?
To the extent that the capital structure of 65-35 has not been achieved, our current preference is to fund using debt.
Okay. And this goes back to the previous conversations as to how raising debt would allow you to get closer to that approved capital structure.
That's correct.
Chair, that is my re-examination of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Jess would have a question in relation to the questions that you would have raised in relation to the depreciation.
Yes.
The witness, or in your re-examination, you're still referring to depreciation studies, and I think our challenge was in relation to regulatory reporting and
Yes.
IFRS reporting.
Yes.
So I would like you to clarify, maybe through your witness, your applications for depreciation adjustments. When were the applications received for any adjustment to depreciation? Could you give us the dates of the applications?
Okay, you're talking about his reference to previous applications?
Yes, I'm trying to, because references keep to studies
Yes.
that were submitted, but
Yeah.
where were the applications to for the Fair Trading Commission to act on anything? So we'd just like to know the date of the applications, so as to see the decisions of the Fair Trading Commission in relation to the application.
While well, first let me ask if Mr. Jennings, I am aware in my mind of the 2012 application. Do you know the exact date?
No, I wouldn't know the exact date off the top of my head, but we certainly can find it.
Was there an application, not a study? I'm asking an application. Was there an application for a review of the depreciation rates, not a study?
Yes, Chair, there was an application. I don't have the date in front of me right now, but we can certainly provide that.
Chair, if I may be of assistance, I certainly did see the response from the commission at that time. Obviously, this was prior to your time, but they did indicate that there were certain pressures on the commission at that time, and it was not their highest priority. I did see the communication coming back from that application, but we will provide you the dates.
Right. So in relation, if there was no decision, I think this is what we would want to make clear. When was the last depreciation order issued by the commission prior to the April 14th order?
You are correct, Chair. You are correct as to your intimation yesterday. 2009, and with that decision in 2010. And I believe that Mr. Jennings' evidence so far is that your regulatory filings, as it relates to depreciation, follows that decision.
And that is all we were asking for Mr. Jennings to clarify, but Mr. Jennings, in his testimony, keep referring to depreciation studies conducted in 2012 and 2017. So we wanted to be clear that the regulatory report that was submitted by the Barbados Light and Power was in accordance with the depreciation order of 2010.
Can you confirm that, Mr. Jennings? I think he's not being allowed to unmute, Chair.
I can confirm that, Chair. Sorry about that.
That was the nature of the question to Mr. Jennings. So Mr. Jennings keep referring to depreciation studies throughout his evidence, while instead of referring to the depreciation order of 2010. So we wanted to ensure that the amount for the accumulated depreciation in the regulatory report was in accordance with the 2010 order.
Understood, Chair. Thank you. As I said, Chair, that's the end of the re-examination.
So we would just note that we would like the record to reflect that the regulatory report is in accordance with the depreciation order of 2010 and not in relation to any study that would have been conducted. So we would want for Mr. Jennings not to be referring to any depreciation studies in relation to the preparation of the regulatory report.
Your position is noted, Chair.
Mr. Allen, we also note that that letters were sent in to review depreciation rate, but no actual application was received at the commission. So could we confirm if you did submit an actual application, not a letter asking for approval, but an actual application in 2017?
Sir, can I have my team confirm actually what was sent in when and provide copies of the documents for the benefit of the commission?
Okay.
I wouldn't want to mislead you with any information off my head.
Okay, thank you. So, Council, we now move on to your expert witness, Philip Hanser. Dr. Hanser.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Hanser, could you? I don't see.
Oh.
Oh. Thank you, Doctor. Chair, would you have your staff do the necessaries?
Good morning, Dr. Hanser. Do you prefer
Morning.
to swear on the Bible or affirm?
I do so affirm.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you, Dr. Hanser, declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witness affirm, sir.
Thank you.
Chair, as Dr. Hanser is being presented as an expert witness, I'm asking that he be approved as such, subject to Rule 19, whether there are any objections to him being tendered in that capacity.
Do we have any objections to Dr. Hanser being tendered as an expert witness?
No, I don't.
Okay, so.
No, not from the Ministry of Energy either, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Not from the intervener team of Watson and Simpson.
Okay.
Morning all, not from the team of Kenneth Ricky Wright.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
No objection, sir.
Okay, thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Brown? Okay.
Good morning, sir. No objections from the coalition, sir.
So we therefore confirm that Dr. Philip Hanser be an expert witness for the purpose of this hearing. Counsel, proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Hanser, could you give us your full name and address for the record, please?
Sure. It's Philip Q. Hanser, Hanser. I work from my home, which is 40 Cedar Street, Newton, Massachusetts, USA.
Okay, thank you. For the purposes of this application, have you prepared any of the evidence that has been filed, and if so, which specifically?
I prepared testimony. I'm sorry if I can't tell you what the document number is off the top of my head on the cost of service for BLPC.
Okay, so you prepared a cost of service report in support of the application. Now, a few questions prior to you being tendered for cross-examination, and specifically as to a matter that is before the commission in this hearing. The commission has placed as an issue the question of accountability / clawback mechanism. What is your understanding of a clawback mechanism in regulatory rate making?
My understanding of a clawback mechanism is that it's a kind of an incentive mechanism to induce the utility for a particular behavior. Typically, it's an adjustment to the net capital plant reconciliation, which is used in some states to reclaim unspent portions of a capital budget and the associated earnings that are associated with that. It's an incentive mechanism in the sense that the nature of the mechanism would provide an incentive to the utility to spend the full budget. It's often seen in the context of incentivizing, for example, the use of demand-side energy resources, DERs, for example, and so on, and providing the infrastructure, for example, to deal with DERs. It's often part of a multi-year rate plan, which is a plan in which you reduce the frequency of rate cases. The utility stays out by agreement with the commission, and the incentive mechanism is essentially established in advance, and everybody, both parties, both the commission and the utility, understand that it's been put into place and it's operating for in terms of its impact on the utility.
Okay. Now, you have been furnished with a letter dated 27th of July, 2022 from the Fair Trading Commission to the applicant, explaining with examples what it considers to be raised by the issue of clawback mechanism. What is your opinion of that example and explanation they have given?
Well, I don't think of it as a clawback mechanism per se, as it's typically used here in the United States. It really falls under the category of what's known as retroactive rate making. And it's a situation in which the commission, which sets future rates, right, to allow the utility either to recoup past losses or to refund consumers any excess profits. Retroactive rate making has been usually prohibited in the United States because it involves a kind of modification of the utility rate making process of the because it shifts the rate-making process from being forward-looking to being, in some sense, looking behind, sort of second-guessing what had happened for the utility.
Okay. Okay. So you've, in terms of express the issue, so in terms of your last answer, as a matter of policy, am I understanding that you are saying it is not it's not approved in many jurisdictions, and that's my language, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's not approved or considered equitable in many jurisdictions because it's looking backward in terms of the rate making process as opposed to going forward.
That's correct. It becomes, rate making is a forward-looking process. That is to say, both the commission and the utility are making assumptions about the way the world will look, and it uses existing information about making those decisions. And so the process is necessarily forward-looking. The public policy problem is that this changes this. It makes this kind of what I would call regulation by hindsight, in the sense that decisions are made, they happen, the world changes or whatever happens, and then because you don't like the outcomes of the world one way or another, you go back and try to change the nature of the decision that has been made by the commission. And the courts have generally found, both at the state and federal level, that that's inappropriate. That is to say, the parties go into the process in a forward-looking way. Everybody has expectations about the way the future looks, but sometimes they don't happen that way. But that's not a reason for going back and changing things in terms of future rates as a result. And that's the issue from a public policy standpoint.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hanser. Chair, that is the end of amplification. Dr. Hanser is tendered for cross-examination.
Thank you. So, Mr. Worm, are you ready to proceed with your cross-examination of the witness?
Yes, sir, I am.
And please proceed.
Good, thank you. Good morning, all. Good morning, Dr. Hanser. How are you today?
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Worm.
Great. Nice to meet you. And someone with your experience is always good to talk with, obviously, on these issues, because they're all in a very specialized area and always a learning opportunity. Just to start with, just to get your or help with my understanding, what is the purpose of a cost of service study?
So I sort of think about cost of service study. I'll use an analogy, and you'll have to pardon me for this analogy. But the cost of service study is an intermediate step in the whole process of rates. The first step that happens is, and you can think about this as kind of a pie, for lack of a better way. So you can imagine a pie. The size of the pie is determined by the revenue requirement. Okay, so the revenue requirement determines what the size of the pie is. Okay, the cost of service study slices the pie up relative to the different rate classes, and then rates determine, in a sense, how the pie is to be served. So cost of service is that intermediate step of slicing the pieces of the pie up relative to rate classes.
Okay. So, but why are you, so you're basically doing it to set rates or as a basis to set rates, right? Is that correct?
The way to think about cost of service is that it informs rates.
Right, correct. Okay, thank you very much.
Let me just finish.
Yeah, sorry.
The cost of service is aimed at fairly allocating the costs of providing the electric service across the rate classes. Okay. Now, rates, on the other hand, have other considerations besides the fair allocation of costs. And so the cost of service study informs the design of rates, but it doesn't set the rates.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. And based on how you carry out the cost of service study and the techniques that you use in there, is it correct to say that it is not really an exact science, that you're using best information to do all your allocations, but sometimes you have to use judgment on how those allocations or how to develop those allocations?
Well, there's always judgment in anything that happens in a rate case, and it's no different there. But there are relatively kind of standardized methods. There's a document that was published by the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners called the Electric Utility Cost Allocation Manual, and which is pretty much a standard document in which has most of the methods that are discussed and that I use in terms of how to do cost allocation. And because it was a document of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, it has general acceptance in terms of the applicability to electric utilities.
I understand, and the only thing is different people can use different judgments. So I think that is, but all probably not that significantly different at the end of the day. So I think that's good to know. So and when you're doing a cost of service study, is it correct also to say that this is based on historical costs? When you do it, you're taking historical costs and you're trying to allocate the different costs to the different tariffs, as you had explained earlier. So it's all historical, is that correct?
So let me make a distinction. There are two different kinds of cost of service studies. There is one that is known, and that is the one being used here, which is known as a fully allocated cost of service study, and which relies on accounting data. And as we know, accounting data is necessarily historical. And then there's an alternative approach to doing cost of service, which is a marginal cost of service study, which instead of using historical data, instead uses forward-looking data. Okay, and so there is an alternative approach, but in the context of a rate hearing, the typical approach is what's known as fully allocated cost of service, in which uses historical accounting data.
Yes, thanks a lot. So what, in your view, since you're utilizing, in this case, all your historical costs, and I think you've also included in your cost of service study some of the known and measurable changes as well. Is that correct? Or did you rely only on historical costs? In other words, the Tessier data to do the allocations to the rate classes.
That's correct. We use the historical year data.
And then known and measurable changes as well, like the depreciation costs, etc.
Whatever would have been
included, right, in the test year.
That's correct.
Right, correct. Okay. So what in your view is the danger of using historical cost information in an environment where your cost structure for the utility is rapidly changing, because, as you know, we are anticipating a change in generation structure over the next 5 to 10 years. We are going to see a substantial change in cost structure. So what's your view of the danger of doing that?
I haven't really thought about that in the context of BLPC. And so I can't give you a BLPC specific answer one way or another. But any issues that might arise around the cost of service, because the belief is that there are sufficient structural changes in the nature of the market, could likely be remedied by doing the same sort of study as those changes take place. That is to say, increase the frequency of the rate case or shorten the time period between rate cases dependent upon changes in the environment.
And I agree with that exactly, because but is there because ultimately you said the key factor here is not only the cost of service, but is ultimately what you're trying to do to set rates. So it wouldn't be a problem if you set rates exactly, or potential problem, because I shouldn't say it's a problem because it may or may not change.
Mr. Worm, the question, please.
Sorry. Yeah. So my question really relating to that then is, you said about the measures that you could put in place, and I was just asking then, is not setting the rate exactly according to cost causation, but moving towards that. Does that ameliorate some of the dangers of that change? So considering that when you're doing your rate design.
Well, the rate design can have multiple objectives that are not exactly the same as the cost of service study, which has a fairly singular objective rather. And so, a utility could adapt the cost of service study results to form rates that meet other goals other than merely the fair allocation of the costs of providing the service.
Right. So if you were to set your rates according to cost of service and or did not set them according to cost of service, where effectively one group may subsidize the other, what effectively would be the impact of not setting them at the correct cost of service level? If what would happen, for example, if one customer in another group, in one group uses more energy but is paying less than their cost of service? What would be the effect of that?
I don't know. I mean, I can't, and I don't know how to talk about things like that quite in the abstract. Okay. Again, rates necessarily have a broader set of objectives than merely the cost of service. And so, the rate design could try to incentivize all kinds of behavior, perhaps behavior that is more reflective of what's going on in the future, perhaps to incentivize particular kinds of behaviors. Again, the cost of service is just indicative of, at this point in time, of what constitutes a fair allocation of the costs. And so rate design can take account of things other than that slice in time of the fair allocation of costs.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. But what I was really trying to get at or question and find out from you, if you don't set it at the right cost of service, and say, for example, you set it at a lower cost of service, isn't it true that if you get a higher usage or customers increase their usage in that area where they're paying less than cost of service, effectively the company gets less revenue but greater costs as a result of that. Isn't that what the cost of service is saying? That if you do not charge according to your cost of service, then any change that takes place in your revenue would be, in this case, less than what your costs, the companies incurring as a result of that increase in sales. Isn't that the concept of cost of service?
Well, I would, let me step back on that one. I mean, one of the questions that arises, and that I don't have information on, and which the company would have to have information on, is any difference between the rates that are associated with the costs versus, for example, what historic rates are, right? Depends on how do the customers respond to the price changes. And so I can't know in advance if I hand over my cost of service to BLPC and they set up rates that differ from that cost of service, whether or not in total it fails to meet the revenue requirement that's associated from the cost of service. And that's because I don't know in advance, and that's a judgment on the part of the rate designer as to how customers will respond to the change in rates that results.
And that is the point where I'm sort of where I'm going with this, is that basically if you don't set the rates according to cost of service or close enough, it may create a price signal which may encourage. And I'll give you an example. If you set because the cost of service not only suggests, as I understand it, can you correct me if I'm wrong? Or maybe I need to ask a question. Does the cost of service only look at rates, comparative rates across the different tariffs, or does it also look at like demand charge versus kilowatt hour charge for specific tariffs as well? Is that what you are also looking to determine?
Okay, so let me maybe if I just go through the steps of cost of service, maybe that will help you explain it. Mm-hmm. So the cost of service study typically proceeds in three steps. The first step is what is known as functionalization, in which we look at the associated assets and expenses for the utility, and on that basis assign them to whether they're associated with generation or transmission or distribution. So that's the kind of functional areas that the utilities operates in. After that, those costs, both capital and expenses, are then assigned to whether they're really a function of demand or energy or the number of customers. That is to say, when I want to go and allocate to the rate classes, okay, I need to have a metric against which I can assign those costs to the different rate classes. And the way in which we do it is to base it on the products that are provided by the utility. That is to say, demand, instantaneous capability to meet the demand of a customer, energy, the amount of energy that a customer uses, and then finally, costs that are associated with just being a customer. Okay. So, so when you talk about the different rate elements of, demand charge or an energy charge, the cost of service study informs that, but it doesn't necessarily say that that's what the rate has to be. Okay. Elements of that cost of service study can be moved between different elements of the rates. And in some cases, for example, there may not be an equivalence for simply lack of metering, right? I calculate a demand charge, an estimated cost associated with the demand of a class, but there's no meter for assessing that demand, then you can't possibly translate that cost assignment into a charge that's a rate that way. So does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful because at the end of the day, and that's where I was going on that, was that if you set your demand too low, as maybe we can argue that it is very low relative to what it should be in Barbados, if you set your demand too low, then it sends a price signal to customers that it doesn't matter your demand. So the objective really is the objective then to try to
Mr.
at
Warren?
least. It's
Mr.
my
Warren,
question, sir. A question I was asking is the objective then to try to move towards that if you're far different to, or wouldn't that be as you said, you may not be able to sit in the mind of the light and power, but would that be a reasonable approach for them to go closer towards that structured demand versus kilowatt hour relationship that is in the cost of service?
I think in terms of rates, I didn't design the rates, and BLPC did, and so it has lots of goals, lots of objectives to meet in rates, and with a particular behavior that it wants to have out of customers, okay, may sometimes conflict with other kinds of requirements that are associated with rates. And so that balance is really a function of the rate designer of BLPC to decide how that trade-offs must be made. And they are part of the general objectives of rate design. And I can't respond to, a particular question that way about BLPC's rates because I don't know the set of objectives that are being set for BLPC's rates.
Well, my question really was whether they should or should not do it, because they are moving closer towards that. And my question to you as an expert really was, is that a reasonable approach for them to be moving towards that sort of structure? And is that do you consider that would be a reasonable approach?
Well, I mean, generally, utilities have tried to provide rates which are reflective of costs, but are not necessarily the same as those costs. And so the specifics about how you translate a cost of service study into a set of rates depends on the full set of objectives.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I think you've answered my next question, or two questions, I should say. What are some other options you mentioned using potentially a marginal cost study as another type of study, which I guess is not really for rate making, other than if you're doing marginal cost rates, which in itself has challenges. Are there other options that you see that besides this traditional approach that Light and Power could have done, or is the cost of service a tried and tested method and really would be recommended approach in our type of environment?
I mean, I don't want to, I can't comment on, all there are, the other approaches that might be done for setting rates. That's not my purview in this hearing. But I would say that even with alternative regulatory mechanisms of various sorts, they invariably start with a cost of service study to anchor those alternative rate approaches. And so this is almost invariably the very first step, even for alternative regulatory mechanisms that might be pursued.
So the important thing, as I get, is that correct then, that the important thing is once you know your costs, then you can do the things that you need to do, whatever your objectives are, you at least know that cost as you make any adjustments to rates going forward.
It gives you a picture of if you want to fairly apportion the costs according to the metrics that we use of demand and customer and energy, then this forms at least an initial basis for how you would want to set about forming those rates.
Okay. My next question, I think you've answered, so I'll move on. You're come with very high qualifications, as I see it, in the regulatory business. And I just want to ask you if, just in your experience, because it does relate to how we need to move forward here in Barbados. In your experience, are you familiar with the techniques that have been used in the US in the past to address some sort of fundraising through rates for things like demand side management and other important programs that were required to help reduce costs, future costs to customers, things like demand side management? Are you familiar with the mechanisms that were used for that type of arrangement?
Yes, there are a whole, host of arrangements that have been used for, various kinds of funding and for demand side management and other kinds of programs.
And a lot of those costs were raised through rates similar to, or through rates by adding a very small portion onto the rate to be able to do that, to reduce future costs to customers. Was that what the objectives of many of those were?
Well, there is a whole, you have to pardon my hesitation. I manage the demand side management program at the Electric Power Research Institute. So there are a whole variety of programs, and how they're funded takes it. So there's the whole spectrum of ways in which they're funded. Some of them are funded through rates. Some of them are funded through customer participation, in which there's only basically overhead costs associated with the programs. There's just a whole variety of ways. There's So
but to answer you answered my question. I think the answer there is yes. You are familiar with those techniques, probably more than I would ever know. But are you familiar also with Light and Power's objective in this rate case to introduce our PPA? I think is a renewable payment adjustment.
I haven't
energy.
I haven't been involved in it. So
no, I didn't ask if you were involved in it, because I did not think you were, but I'm just asking if you're aware of that, what they have been asking for. And that was for a particular reason for my next question.
Okay, so I understand that there has been some additional adjustment mechanism that has been requested by BLPC relative to, I believe, renewables. I'm not positive.
Correct.
But other than knowing about the request, I haven't been as far as I've gone with it.
Because it's just like the fuel clause. The only thing I think they're doing is trying to separate out the fuel clause or the fuel cost.
Mr. Warren, the question, please.
Clause. Yes, and I'll be there right a moment. Just wanted to set context. It's just a separate mechanism, not a cost in the customer anymore. Do you think that this type of an adjustment measure would be appropriate for funding things out like, oh, sorry, that's not here. Were you participating online prior to this or following the hearing online, or were you not available?
Mr. Worm, is that a relevant question to the cost of service study, please?
Yeah. Well, what it is, sir, I'm asking, as Mr. Aline did earlier, as an expert witness, he is able, as I see, to help guide not only this rate hearing, but not guide it, but help us to understand what are some of the things that we may need to do going forward. So if I may just ask my question, sir.
But I want the questions to be relevant to the rate hearing. Not for future guidance, we just want it relevant, and Dr. Hanser have submitted a report, and we would want you to focus your questions in relation to the contents of the report.
Yeah, well, sir, as I said before, and I thank you for that guidance, so I just thought it was an opportunity for not only myself, but yourself and many others to just understand what we are likely to be exposed to in the future. But if you need me to move on, I think that I will do so. Unfortunately, we will miss this opportunity. So, okay, because relating to your report then, you have included in there a structure on different costs relating demand and energy. And we have Light and Power is continuing or has a rate structure now which includes a time of use rate. The time of use is based on that cost structure. So are you familiar with the operation of time of use rates? And yeah, are you familiar with how Light and Power fits in with other mechanisms, similar mechanisms?
I mean, I'm certainly familiar with time of use rates, but I have not examined BLPC's time of use rates. They haven't asked me to take a look at them.
Right. But to our earlier discussion, seeing that the cost of service is based on which time of use rate is really trying to reflect, is it really appropriate for us to continue that price signal going forward based on historical costs with, as I said, this major changes in rate structure, in cost structure, I should say, or is there some other alternative that we should be considering at this point in time as an option?
I'm sorry. I would love to answer your question, but I haven't spent any time looking at, BLPC's, time of use rate and to see how it's designed or anything. And so, it's not. I apologize, but it's just not part of my charge in this hearing.
No, I understand that, and I was just asking from your professional view, because that is one of my concerns, and I will pose it to
Mr. Worm, the witness have answered the question, and please move on.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. And this is my final question, and I just to say, would real-time pricing be a good option for Barbados, a country of the size of Barbados? Real-time pricing mechanism be a suitable option in an environment of changing cost structures like we are discussing?
I haven't. That's a difficult question to answer. It requires an understanding about the way that prices are changing, costs, rather, the cost structure of the utility is changing over time, and so on. I don't know enough about those things to have an opinion one way or another. It wasn't part of my charge.
No, I understand that.
Dr. Hanser, the question is more related to rate design than costs of service, so we do understand.
Anyway, yeah. And he's an expert in both, so I would just say to you, sir, that was my hope to get. Anyway, thank you very much. That's all I have for Dr. Hanser. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanser, and I wish you well. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you, Intervenor Worm. Move on to the Energy Division, Ministry of Energy and Business Development. Ms. Cummins.
Yes. Good morning to all. Good morning, Chair Panel. Good morning to Dr. Hanser.
Good morning, Ms. Cummings?
Yes, this is Miss Cummins.
Okay.
Yes. Oops. The rain has started to fall, and all of a sudden I'm getting a little C2 of me. I don't know why, but anyhow, yes. Chair, my co-representative would also be asking some questions. He'll be asking more of the questions, but I have one for Dr. Hanser. And if it's just for clarity and my understanding, and I guess also for others who may be like me, but could you please explain to the hearing what is the difference between retroactive rate making and a clawback mechanism?
Sure. So in clawback mechanism, the idea is that the commission has set an objective for the utility that it wishes to achieve. For example, it may want utility to make an investment in infrastructure to allow demand-side energy resources to participate in its market. And so it requests of the utility, provide me with a capital budget going forward of how you would do it. And then in essence, it says, okay, go do it. And if you don't do it, then I'm going to basically retrieve the funds at the point of time of what they call the net capital plant reconciliation to return those funds. And of course, the associated rates of return that would be associated with it. In retroactive rate making, the issue is that some period of time has passed after an initial decision, and the commission decides that something has happened, and either the utility hasn't earned enough revenue or it's earned too much revenue. And so it sets for hearing in the next rate case, okay, whatever it believes is the excess profits or the deficiency in revenues or profits that the utility would have earned. And it does so with some period of time between when the action occurred and the decision about what would happen.
Okay, thank you, sir. But so then we can agree that although, let me put it differently. So we can agree though that although the clawback mechanism is really the regulators' method of getting a utility to do what it is supposed to do with the rate that it is given. And if it doesn't do that, that it has to pay back or recompense in some way the ratepayers, that is not necessarily a retroactive rate making, because I as I understood retroactive rate making, yes, it may be is a rate of allowing you for something. No, Chair was just trying to, because I'm trying to understand, so I'm just asking Dr.
Let me see if I can clarify this. Maybe this will help.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. All right. So all rate cases are forward-looking.
Right.
Okay. In the clawback mechanism, all right, it is a forward-looking mechanism that says during the time period, by mutual agreement between the commission and the utility, I'm going to do X. And in a sense, it's very clear about exactly what it is that it has to do. Okay, that is to say, for example, putting in IT infrastructure for dealing with customer-side resources, all right? And the utility agrees to that as part of it. In a general rate case, though, all right, the difference is that we have a whole host of expenses and expenditures and all. And everybody operates on good faith that assuming, given the way that the future is expected to look, right, that's what will happen, all right? It doesn't say specifically in a general rate case, all right, exactly how those expenditures will go. It's an approximation. Here's how we think they will go. Things change, not a problem. You go to the commission and notify them of the changes at that time, and you keep going forward. In retroactive rate making, some time period has passed for after a rate case has occurred, and you go back and look at what happened during that time period, and you say, oh, I didn't like the outcome of some of these decisions. And now I would like to either give the utility more money because the decisions didn't turn out favorably to the utility, or take money away from the utility because they were too favorable to the utility. And so there are two different processes. In the clawback mechanism, it's forward-looking and it's by mutual agreement. In retroactive rate making, it is the setting of a general case in which we don't specify precisely exactly what will happen, but provide financial means for the things that the utility proposes to do, and then go back and look and say, oops, I don't like what happened one way or another, and therefore I want to, in this next rate case, either provide you with additional revenues or retrieve revenues from you going forward.
Oh, okay, but so we can still agree though that the two are still relatively different because the objective of the clawback is still still different to the retroactive rate making.
The clawback mechanism is a different mechanism than retroactive rate making completely.
Right.
And it's
right.
because the clawback mechanism usually, in all the cases that I know of, is mutually agreed upon by the utility and the commission in terms of what will happen in a very specific way. Usually it's a specific asset class that's affected, as opposed to the way it's done in a general rate case in which we sort of say, here is what we expect things to look like. In the retroactive rate making, though, we go back and look at an outcome that we didn't like as a result of a decision, right? And then we go back and say, I didn't like the outcome. And so I want to change, okay, your future revenue stream, either positively or negatively, as a result of an outcome that we didn't expect or whatever. And therefore we want to either take money away from you or we want to give money back to you in the next rate case.
Thank you very much, sir. And I will now turn over to my co-representative, Mr. Brian Haynes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Cummins.
Good morning, all. I believe I am on mute. Is that correct?
No, you're not on mute.
Yes. No, I am unmute.
Oh, unmuted. Oh, I see. No, I hear you perfectly well, Mr. Haynes.
Good, good, good. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay,
good. Good morning again, and let me say it's a pleasure listening to you. I wanted to go down into a bit of specifics, if I may, into the cost of service model.
Sure. In
terms of the determinations as it relates to the allocations across the customer categories. In making the determination in the allocation of cost across your customer categories within the cost of service model that would be utilized, can you indicate to the hearing what were the allocators used?
Well, I mean, it's in my testimony.
Yeah.
So let's go back and say what we have to allocate, right? So we have to allocate demand, we have to allocate energy, and we have to allocate the customer costs. Okay.
Right.
And we have to do that allocation of the costs for the functional areas of generation, transmission, and distribution. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So Excuse me, I'm sorry. So the allocators for generation for demand are associated with was an average and excess allocator. For distribution was NCP, non-coincident peak, and for transmission was, I believe, 12 CP, if I remember right correctly. And so those are the reason we choose CP methods for transmission and distribution is because those are clearly related to levels of demand. Okay, that's to say, your use of the transmission system, the costs that are associated with the transmission system are not a function of anything, are not a function of energy. They're a function of the maximum flow on the transmission system. Generation is a mixture of both demand and energy because some proportion of generation is the capital investments made to meet peak demands, and some proportion of the capital investments that are made and the expenses, of course, are associated with producing energy. Relative to customers, the issue is what are things that are directly related to customers. In the case of customers, clearly there are the metering function and all the associated IT associated with it. But also associated with customers is some portion of the distribution system which is there regardless in some sense of the level of demand of the customer. That is to say, if the customer merely wanted a dribbling of kilowatt hours to come to it, right, I'd have to have a certain amount of demand infrastructure in order to make that delivery. And so there is an allocation also of the distribution system in part for the customer associated with costs.
As well as the return to rate base, I wasn't sure if you had included that in your in the list of items that you are allocating across. Oh,
you entirely. So you don't do return on rate base per se. Okay.
So you don't allocate.
The allocators. Wait. Let me finish. The allocators are based on like the net plant and things like that. They then are used though for allocating, right, the returns that are going to be the associated with the cost for that year.
Costs, right? Correct. Right. Good. Okay. We're on the same page.
So I'm going to distinguish between a thing I'm using to allocate the return on rates, the return on rate base rather, versus the thing that is being allocated. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah. So Jess, I think you would have addressed a number of my specific questions. My only other question, just for clarification, I don't know if I picked it up while I was reading the submission, and I don't recall if I have those numbers, and I don't know if you'll be able to do it now or later on. You mentioned the coincident peak and the non-coincident peak. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. What are the megawatt hours for each of those?
Well, it wouldn't be megawatt hours.
I'm not right, megawatt. Sorry, megawatt. Sorry.
It would be, I don't know. I'd have to go back, and it's in the spreadsheet, but I don't, off the top of my hand, know exactly what it is.
Yeah, because that would help us get a gauge as to what you use for your coincident peak, and we have guesstimates, but
I couldn't tell you exactly.
Would you be able to provide us with that information, the hearing with that information later on?
Well, not right now, but
not right now, but
I could do it overnight. I'd probably provide it to you either tomorrow or Monday, one of the two.
tomorrow, Monday. I would prefer tomorrow if you can, but Monday would suffice.
Okay.
Yes. I believe you would have touched on the other types of questions that I was raising. I think you were quite comprehensive in your explanation of how you went about doing the allocation. I think we have, right. So you mentioned the particular cost centers and how you went about doing those cross centers and what allocators you would have used for each cross center. So I would like to rest there at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes and Ms. Cummins. Intervener team, Watson and Simpson.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Good morning to everyone.
We can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Hansen.
Good morning, Ms. Watson.
So you've offered some commentary on the clawback issue. And my question, I don't have many. First question is whether you can comment for us in the context of retroactive rate making and clawback on the ability of the regulator to require the regulated entity to return monies to ratepayers based on an interim rate that was granted.
You've got me on a, to me, that's kind of a legal question. And I don't know the circumstances of the interim rate and all. So that's one is sort of beyond me at this point.
All right, thank you, that's fine. And can you comment on non-statutory tools that are commonly used by regulators to ensure utility compliance with decisions and orders? And that can just be a general explanation, if you don't mind.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure quite what you mean. So if you could provide some clarification about what you have in mind.
Okay, for example, we refer to instances where a utility might not make investments that they were expected to make, and the regulator in the future requiring the utility to account for that. And so I'm asking you if you can comment. The answer can, of course, be no, you cannot. But can you comment on tools that are, other than tools that are set down in law, statute, that utility regulators may use to require to enforce compliance or require the company to be accountable for not having made the investments that it indicated it would?
Well, one I've discussed already is the clawback mechanism, which usually is specific to a class of assets of one particular not. Utility commissions tend to use, rather than clawback mechanisms, incentive mechanisms one way or another. And so they try to provide financial incentives to induce, positively induce the behavior. So, but more generally, I couldn't speak to it at this point.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hansen. I don't have any more questions.
Mr. Simpson, you're...
Nothing for me at this time, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wendt?
Yeah, was trying to unmute, sir. Yeah, good morning to all. Good morning, Dr. Hansen.
Good morning, Mr. Wendt.
Thanks for being able to make yourself available first. Dr. Hansen, Can you explain what exactly was done in the cost study to aid the Barbados transition to 100 vision? I think on page, on page, that would have been the very first page of your report, second paragraph.
Mr. Went, I'm sorry to bother you, but you sort of went. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Sorry. Didn't move way to read. On page, that was the very first page of your report, in the introduction. You did indicate that part of the cost study is to further provide Barbados.
Mr. Wayne.
Yes.
Pull your material over that when you speak that we can hear.
Let me pull it closer. Sorry.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes. Most welcome. On the second paragraph of your report and the introduction, you did indicate that part of the study was to further provide Barbados a transition toward 100% target vision of renewable power. Could you explain what is meant by that?
Oh, I take that if we've done a reasonably good job, doing our cost of service study, that it provides a foundation for, future rates and other kinds of decisions that are associated with the cost that the utility is incurring in order to provide service. So I take that as being kind of a fundamental step relative to what the utility wants to do.
Would that mean that it would give an indication what IPPs, independent power producers, what costs would they have to bear? Would that also do that? And if so, how?
No, I don't know. It depends on how you want to use it. But my charge is to take the test year and look at that slice of costs for the test year and see what does it mean in terms of fairly allocating the costs across the rate classes. And so it informs that, and if it does a good job informing that, then hopefully then it helps the BLPC make decisions going forward about what it would like to do relative to things like IPP. It's not a resource plan. It's an fair allocation of the costs currently serving customers. And so it can be a metric and used against, if I have additional resources, how does that compare to the metric that I've created for this point in time?
Still need some clarity. In the case of the independent power producers, they would be using the transmission, they would be using the distribution. Are there any portion of that cost then that would previously been borne all solely by the ratepayers prior to those IPPs that now would no longer be borne and be a portion to that new group?
That's a question I can't answer on the basis of my cost of service study. That's a contracting and rate design issue that BLPC faces. The cost of service study that we performed can inform some of those things. It estimates what a cost per a megawatt of transmission is currently for the various rate classes. But those sorts of things it's just from let me put it this way, it forms a basis for data that BLPC could use going forward.
I still need some help, Dr. Hansen. Please bear with me. In utilities generally, once you get new class groups coming on the service, they're using an existing network. What I'm trying to get is when you allocate costs, where you said you allocate based on the generation, the transmission, distribution. Part of the cost now is now used by another group. Would that mean that some of the costs that would have gone to in the cost of service should apply to that group, or in some part should be shared?
I don't know how. Let me see if I can explain this.
Yes,
it's a rate design issue. It's not a cost of service issue. That is to say, those costs could be could be, you could, if you felt that the utility believed that there was going to be some reduction in costs associated with additional customers coming on the system and the per unit costs go down, they could, for example, include such a change in their rates. But I can't say ahead of time. It may be that it increases the costs, right? For example, additional services may be required for those additional customers. So I don't know, and I can't know that ahead of time. This is a slice in time examination of what BLPC's current costs are. You're asking a question that has to do with the nature of future costs for future customers. And that's not answerable through the cost of service study.
Sorry, Mr. Hanson, no, they're currently users right now, but I'm understanding that you haven't taken that into account, if I'm understanding you, because their current, I think 60, something close to 70% of the power, the megawatts are produced, 70 megawatts are produced by those parties who are using the network. And my question is, prior to that, they're coming on stream, then that portion of the cost would be solely borne by the consumer, by the ratepayers. But what I'm getting from is that you haven't taken that into account. Would I be correct?
Well, you're making an assumption about how revenues are collected from the IPPs, or how costs are paid, and so on. I don't have any basis for making an assumption about what that says about how the costs that are incurred by having IPPs on, what revenues are generated associated with the IPPs and so on. I have no idea whatsoever about that. That's not a matter that's part of the cost of service study.
But Dr. Hanson,
let me stop you just for a second. Just so, for example, suppose, and I don't know that this is the case, suppose that any IPP who comes on the system has a fixed rate that has to pay for transmission, right? And that whatever that rate has been designed, and that rate could defray the cost of the transmission system for ratepayers. I don't know. My cost of service study doesn't answer that question. That's a question about rates and contracting between BLPC and the IPPs, and I've not done that calculation.
Oh, I heard your perspective, Dr. Hanson, but I was understanding from my world in the telecoms world that those costs would normally have now to be borne by all of the parties using the network, but that's something it doesn't seem as though you've considered. I'll move on from that. A couple of my other questions will relate to that. Based on your experience, Dr. Hanson, what percentage of the T&D costs would no longer be borne by ratepayers? Are there any portion of that?
I have no way of knowing that. I don't know. I don't know what the requirements are of the IPPs. I don't know the contractual arrangements between IPPs and LPCs. I can't answer that question.
I'm having difficulty. And what I'm getting is an investment was made for the ratepayers, but now being used by a third group, and the ratepayers seem to be still have to carry the cost, and I'm not clear that. I'm sure the industry would help us, but could you turn with me to page, this would be in your report, page 1261.
Give me one moment, see if I can bring it up.
Yeah, you noted that. Sorry, anyway. That would be page 7 and page 6.
Let's see. I'm trying to find the page. 1261.
That would be page. I don't know if it's easier. That would be page 6 in your report.
Oh, page 60 of my report. Oh, let's see. Page
6, your report.
Okay, I see here. Yes.
You have that?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. You noted there on the third paragraph.
Wait. I don't have a paragraph on this one. I'm looking at a table, not a.
No, it's from your in the application is page 1261, and in your report is page 6.
Oh, my report, page 6. I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's see. Do you know which paragraph you're?
That's the third paragraph. Yes.
I'm sorry. What paragraph is numbered? How is it numbered?
It's not numbered what I have. It just said it's just above the computation of revenues. That's the paragraph before that heading, section D.
I'm at a loss as to what can you share the page by any chance? So I can see what you're talking about?
Just give us a minute. Could you put up page 1261 on the screen for us, please?
Yes, I would appreciate that. Thanks. Yes.
Thank you.
Could you scroll down to the third paragraph?
Well, you have to scroll down. I can't.
No, I meant the person putting it up. Sorry about that. Not sorry. Just the third paragraph. Could you see it?
I'm not seeing it. Let's see. Let me a second. Give me 1 second. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Good. Thanks.
Okay, so the third paragraph is.
Yes, you got that? Yeah.
I've got it. Let's see, it says, I have revenues were grouped. Is that what categories revenues from sales?
No, just about that. It says property insurance was allocated to the rate classes in proportion to the rate base. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you got that?
Yes.
Yes. Please explain how that is done.
So each class has got a certain associated a portion of net rate base, and property is then, and then insurance is associated with is allocated on the basis of that proportion of the rate base that's associated with that rate class. Actually, it's net plant, but we call it rate base.
So simply you take the rate base proportion to the class group and you allocate the cost based on that. Am I correct?
Yes, right, because the presumption is that insurance is proportional to the size of the asset, right?
Yeah, it seems reasonable. Now, question: in 2010, the rate base would have been around I think it might have been 500 and probably 40,000, 540 million, sorry. Yeah. And I think it's now around 829 million, some 825 million thereabout. Would you be able to give us an indication of how the rate base move across classes and what would have changed in terms of the allocation of that cost?
No. I can't. I don't. I haven't looked. That requires looking at whatever was done in the 2009 rate case. I have no idea and I did not spend any time looking at the 2009, cost of service study or rate case. So I have no idea how it was allocated per se. I made my own choices about the allocation of costs.
Did you do the cost study in 2010? Did you do that?
No.
Probably for Mr. Carter then, because there's a significant increase in the revenue requirement in the test year for the insurance. I want to get an idea of how the movement went across the class groups in terms of the cost of allocation.
That's not a, I apologize, Mr. Wendt, but it's not a question that I can answer because I didn't do the 2009 cost of service study.
Okay, that's fine. I would have that from Mr. Carter. If you turn with me to page 1262, that's the next page over.
Computation of customer-related costs?
Yes, please. Yeah, you got it. You mentioned on this third paragraph that there was some change, which is the distribution of these insurance costs is the only modification relative to the related costs. Explain that. Are you saying that there's some costs that previously were not assigned in the group and are now assigned in this new approach?
Yes. So some proportion of the distribution costs, no distribution costs per se, is my understanding, were assigned to customers as a quote unquote customer cost. In this study, there was a study done for BLPC, which attempted to assess what would a quote unquote minimum system look like. That is to say, a distribution system which provided a trickle of kilowatt hours to a customer look like, and what are the associated costs. And so some portion of the distribution system was assigned to customer costs, and that therefore it tries to get at how these costs are really just a function not of demand per se, but merely that you have to attach a new customer to the system and you have to have a certain proportion of the distribution system assigned to that customer.
Did that mean that the cost to increase for certain groups, or was it how was it spread? I'm trying to get an understanding for that. How, because it's a new approach, how did that cost now apply to different?
It just I don't know. I'm not sure. You're asking me. I mean, it's allocated on the basis of the study, which sort of apportions this. And so, to the degree that the distribution system is apportioned to the customer class, this then takes that portion and assigns it to that rate class.
Yeah, and this would be new costs.
It's not a new cost.
No, I thought compared to last study, you said that this was different.
It's just a different allocation of the costs. And the rationale, one of the rationales for it is that as BLPC moves increasingly towards the 100% renewable, and more of the customers have self-generation, that is to say, for example, rooftop solar PV.
Yeah.
Their level of the cost associated with the distribution system for those customers won't necessarily vary with the level of their demand so much.
Correct.
As it will just vary with the number of those customers who are connected to the system. And so that's what that is trying to capture.
Okay. Further on that same page, you indicated that the BLPC customer charges are significantly lower than the customer-related costs. Was that across all groups of classes? Were there any groups where the costs would have been below what the tariff is?
I think I'm trying to remember. I think
Sorry,
that's pretty much. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt you. Yes.
Yeah. I'm asking. This is a very general statement. What I'm trying to find out is if, when you, because I understand you would have looked at the tariffs and compared those tariffs with your cost study results to conclude that the customer charges are significantly lower than the customer-related costs. My question to you is, across all customer categories, was that the same for every single category?
I have to go do the go look a little bit more, but I believe that was highest for the residential class compared to the other classes. That is to say, the smallest proportion of the total customer costs were basically associated with the residential class relative to the cost of service study.
Yeah. So that means that they would have been cross-subsidy there. And then further down, you indicated that increasingly the customer charges are moving more with rates. Those customer charges, where one with customer, those rates are moving more to reflect the fixed cost. Is that it's a little concern? Would that have the potential to impact other users from getting to the system? In other words, the small users who were now faced with a high fixed cost, would they then, could that preclude them from, getting the service?
I don't know. I mean, that's a difficult question. I mean, if you decide not to connect to the BLPC, then all of the reliability services that BLPC provides would not be available to you. And so if you were a customer, you'd have to make the decision whether those services that BLPC provides are less expensive or more expensive than your self-provision of those same services. I don't know. I have no analysis of what that. Excuse me, just let me finish. That requires an analysis on at least minimally a customer class basis, and which I haven't performed.
Yeah. I'm thinking that I may have to raise it with Dr. Carter, because the movement towards this fixed cost concerning that increasingly with the cost of living and so on, what we wouldn't want is that the cost of the fixed cost just to get on the system becomes prohibitive. No. In your study, you noted that BLPC's ability to recover these costs in the face of change, and that's the same fixed cost, relates to in the face of change in consumption, reducing recovery risk and so on. Explain that for me. I'm not understanding that. That's the very last part of it.
Say it again now. I apologize.
In the very last paragraph, please.
No. If you could move the material closer to the mic, I could understand. Yeah. I could understand you better. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
I apologize, but I.
Yeah. No. It's partly my fault as well. When trying to read from a distance and stuff, I got several papers open. In the very last sentence on that same paragraph, which it says, fixed customer costs enhances BLPC to recover these costs in face of changes in the consumption and reducing recovery risk for fixed costs. Explain what is changing to make the recovery of fixed costs seem to be at risk. Explain that for me.
Okay, so I'll go back to what I said earlier. My understanding, is that Barbados, or is it? You'll have to. I heard somebody say Barbados. I'm not sure which is the appropriate.
No, never mind. We're living in Barbados. You call us, we're fine.
Yeah. It wants to become 100% reliant on renewable resources, and in order to do so, it's going to be promoting the use of, for example, rooftop solar PV for residences. Now, that means then that the revenue that in the past may have been recovered through energy is no longer available. But the total cost of the system still have to be recovered. And if in the past you relied on rates which were solely based on energy as the mechanism for recovering the revenue needed to cover the total cost of the system, you'd find that you'd be deficient, because those customers who now have, for example, the solar PV on their roofs are consuming less. They're still relying on the system because in the end, unless they're capable of, leaving the system, right, they're still going to rely on the system, on BLPC, for providing all the reliability products that the BLPC currently provides. And so that means then BLPC, if it relied solely on, rates which were based on energy, could not recover enough funds to cover the fixed cost of providing those services.
Yeah. I'm sharing your view. That's why my question comes, because if you look at the fuel charge, that's the pass-through, but it doesn't, you buy that charge and you pass it to the customer. The renewable now becomes a pass-through to the customer as well, but the IPP is using the network. And you're correct. That's why I got to get an understanding as to if it is that cost is now borne all by the remaining users, and that is allocated in your cost study. My question then becomes, would it not be a situation where IPP charges are passed through the customers who are using the same network, which the customers then are being asked to pay for? And those who leave the system means that there are more costs to the ratepayers that remaining.
Let me sort of, if I can take this apart, your question apart. So I think of this, and forgive me if I'm putting words in your mouth, okay? So you're asking me a question. You have IPPs on the system who are using the transmission system, and I would assume BLPC will charge those customers for the use of the transmission system, and so that will generate revenue in the form of paying for the transmission. And those costs will go to defray whatever is the associated costs on the transmission system that ratepayers pay. You're asking me as a question that is really more about rates than it is about the cost of service, right? In the contractual arrangements that IPPs have with BLPC, how that in turn is translated into what BLPC will charge its customers. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, let me see if I ask the question differently. Is all the costs right now, both when you do, first of all, you said you do the functional costs, which means you take the generation, you take the transmission and the distribution cost. That's all the costs of the lightning power. All that cost now is allocated to the ratepayers right now.
Well, it's allocated to anybody. We can be careful. It's allocated to anybody who receives services on the system. So, for example, if some portion of the customers that BLPC has are transmission-only customers, okay, then those costs are allocated to them.
But I'm not saying a category for those now. So it is something that we'll have to, because I'll probably have to take it up with Dr. Carter's thing.
Okay.
Mr. Wayne?
Yes, just one more question. Sorry?
No, I'm just trying to find out how many more questions you have.
No, I just have one more, Chief. Because
okay, so we'll let you ask the question.
Most will have to go to
the break. Thank you.
Dr. Carter. Yeah, one more question. Dr. Hansen, is it correct that the increasing rate base would then result in an increasing cost to the various customer class groups?
I'm at a loss on that one.
No, what I'm asking
let me.
go ahead, sorry.
So wait. Just let me finish. Okay.
Oh no, I thought you said you were at a loss. Sorry.
I'm sorry. So you could increase the rate base, but find yourself that everybody pays less. If, for example, the operating costs of the associated resources, for example, were lower than than the resources that existed in the prior rate base. So, for example, if you were in the position where you had entirely a renewable set of resources, their incremental costs are quite low, right? And so you might find yourself in the long run, not necessarily in the short run, but in the long run, a larger rate base, but in fact with much, much lower operating costs. And so in the end, overall rates might be lower. That is to say, at least the revenue requirements might be lower because the expenses associated with them would be lower. So I don't think there's a simple answer to give that says, increasing rate base necessarily means, everything is going to cost more. And the other side also, of course, is, and you have to be kind of careful with this one, is if the number of units goes up, right, that will simply reduce the per unit cost. That is to say, if I have more customers, right, that also reduces rates. So simply increasing rate base doesn't necessarily translate into higher rates, and it doesn't necessarily translate into overall higher revenue requirements, which is, I think, what you mean by higher costs.
Yeah, but so last question. Sorry, Chair. Just bear with me on this. But if the utility is saying that we have flat or declining sales and are indicating that aggregate usage is lower on a higher rate base, then the cost allocation would be higher. Would that be correct?
No, not necessarily. Again, I'll just repeat. If the operating expenses and O&M generally are high relative to this new scenario where the rate base is lower, it could very well be the total revenue requirement is lower.
Yeah. Or I still have to think it through. But Mr. Chairman, thanks for facilitating me there. A couple of little things that are nagging me, but interest of time, I would leave it there. Dr. Hanson, thank you very much for your responses.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. So we will take a recess and we'll resume at 11:30. As we continue our cross-examination of Dr. Hanser, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, are you ready?
Chair?
Yes, I recognize the hand of
Thank you,
Counsel.
Chair. Dr. Hanser would like the opportunity to, my apologies for my video. Dr. Hanser would like the opportunity to correct one of his statements in previous cross-examination. So I just wanted to ask you to allow him to make that correction.
Go ahead, Dr. Hanser.
So I indicated that, excuse me, the generation was allocated on what is known as an A&E, average and excess basis. But in fact, we use 12 CP for both generation and transmission, but it's a 12 coincident peak.
Dr. Hanser, I don't think we fully understood. I don't know from our end. Could you repeat?
I'll say it again. I apologize. I was speaking fast, too fast. The question was raised by, I can't remember the intervener's name, about the allocators for the functionalization of the generation, transmission, and distribution. And the allocator for generation, I said, was what is known as average and excess. And in fact, the allocator is not average and excess. It's what's known as 12 CP, 12 coincident peaks. And that is the same allocator that's used for transmission. Brian, Mr. Haynes, he was the one who raised the question. It's 12 CP for both generation and for transmission. And it's NCP for distribution.
Okay. Mr. Haynes, you heard the response from Dr. Hanser?
Yes, sir. Thanks for that clarification. I figured that was the case. I just wanted to ask about the NCP. I had made a request for the data relating to the NCP in particular. I realized that we had agreed that the time that we would agree that either it would come either by Friday or by Monday, but we didn't identify through what medium, whether it would be sent via the utility or directly through the utility to the regulator or from the regulator.
I would send it to BLPC.
Yes, it would follow the normal procedure, Mr. Haynes, of serving any evidence to participants.
Thanks for the clarification, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes.
Thank you. Ms. Stalin, you're complete.
Yes, Chair. You may continue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Brown, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chairman, and everyone, and especially good morning to Dr. Hanser.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Or should I refer to you as Colonel Brown?
Sir, anything will do. Based on your attorney's question this morning, can I take it that you are somewhat of a clawback mechanism expert?
Well, I would say that I have generally familiarity with clawbacks as a mechanism.
Okay. Do you have any information on the policy of the Barbados Free Trading Commission on the issue of clawback?
Well, I have only the inquiry that was made to BLPC about the clawback mechanism.
Okay, but you're not familiar with the actual policy of the FTC.
My understanding from BLPC is that it does not have in place any named clawback mechanism per se.
I see. In your testimony, you gave a couple of in response to that, you gave some references to situations in the US. Can I ask a couple of questions? Is the energy investment process in the US, would you say, largely market driven?
Well, that entirely depends on the utility. I mean, we now have a very, mixed situation. We have RTOs, we have, utilities who are not in, RTOs are regional transmission organizations.
Right.
A kind of grand, if you want to say, pool, so to speak. We have utilities who are not in RTOs. We have utilities who, don't own generation. We have utilities that are public entities. We have utilities that are investor-owned utilities. We have cooperatives. I mean, there's no generalization I would want to make one way or another about utilities that way.
Would you agree that the situation in Barbados is significantly different?
Well, I think what certainly is different is that it is an island. And so it relies upon all of its own resources. So to that extent, it's different.
So you would therefore, it'd be reasonable to expect that as a matter of policy, the Barbados regulators would have a clawback or whatever clawback is intended to encapsulate that kind of mechanism that would suit the Barbados situation. Is that a reasonable expectation?
Well, I don't know that my understanding from BLPC is there is no such clawback mechanism in place. And
well, I wouldn't expect
wait, let me finish. And what was described in the memo or letter that was sent to BLPC isn't a clawback mechanism. It's a case of retroactive rate making. So I would say it certainly can have going forward a clawback mechanism. But as I understand it, it does not have one in place.
Okay. I wasn't particularly interested in BLPC's perception. I'm more interested in the Fair Trading Commission, the regulators' perception of whether or not they have a mechanism, and also what that mechanism is. I actually fully understand what you said about the retroactive rate making. But just to clarify for me, how would the situation be resolved in your understanding of the situation, where, for example, a customer or a stakeholder initiated a review of actions taken by a service provider, and it was found by the regulator that the service provider acted unreasonably? How would you categorize the necessary corrective action that the regulator would have to take? Would you consider that to be retroactive rate making?
Depends on the situation.
But that's a fairly clear situation.
Yeah, because if the utility had notified the regulator of some change, and some customer came forward and objected to the change in a way, and that was contemporaneous with the notification, then that situation wouldn't be retroactive. That would be contemporary. But you can't, complain about something that happened 5 years ago, and in a current rate case, make an argument that that was a bad thing that happened and have that affect the going forward rates. That's retroactive rate making.
So how would you entertain corrective action for a situation that was discovered to have been incorrect for a 5-year period, for example? Are you saying then we should just kiss and make up and forget that?
Well, I mean, I think the issue is really, I don't think that you have a lot of choices, frankly, about something that happened 5 years ago and for which you don't like the outcome. but you can, on a going forward basis, change, whatever you wish to around the rules about future decisions. You didn't, and let me put it in a slightly different way. There were a number of years in which, in fact, almost the entire period from the last rate case to the current one, in which BLPC did not earn its rate of return that was permitted by the FTC. If you follow the same logic that you've got, that's been suggested, you could have BLPC go to the FTC and say, I'm sorry, I did not like the outcome of what happened to me over the last 5 years. I would like you to add whatever revenue deficiency I had for the prior 5 years to the going forward rate case. Because you can't have a situation in which, if you want to be fair among all parties, there's asymmetry between the kinds of requests that are being made.
Okay, I think we can agree to disagree on that particular issue. But I fully understand what you were saying. I have no issues with your cost of service study. It is very traditional. I understand the concept. In fact, you explained it very well with your pie analogy that you used this morning. You explained that essentially what you do is allocate revenue requirements across a range of customer classes to essentially recover the cost of providing the service as a utility. Is that generally correct?
It's a fair allocation of the costs for providing the service as a cost.
Yes, you did use the word fair. What factors in the current allocation that is in place have changed to suggest that there's a need for a rate review by the BLPC at this time?
Well, the only one that is a change of any significance is assigning some portion of the distribution costs to the customer and making that having that included as assigned as a customer cost. So that I know is a change. I don't know about the rest. I don't know the rest of the 2009 cost of service study, but that is one change that I know that we did make that's different from the prior.
Are you in a position to suggest what drives that particular change? The need to include more fixed costs?
I think that I went through that before, but I'm happy to review it. Mm-hmm. And please stop me at any point where I'm not making myself clear. But my understanding is that BLPC, that Barbados as a whole, not just BLPC, is moving to a situation in which it wants to be 100% renewable.
Right.
Okay. In that case, BLPC will not simply be the sole provider of energy to customers. Customers will, in fact, be providing some of their own energy, for example, through solar PV. Now, that means then that there are certain kinds of services, particularly reliability services, which are delivered by the distribution system and which will not be a function of the level of energy that the customer consumes, but rather is just a function of there being a customer, period. And in fact, as more customers come on the system, those costs will go up, regardless of how much energy they consume. And so that's a cost which BLPC incurs and which does not vary with the amount of energy that it produces, or in fact, even varies with the number of kilowatt hours that it sends through its wires. Okay. It's truly a function of you're a customer, you want to have the reliability services we have to connect to, and those wires cost, all the other things cost, and so we need to allocate some of them, all of which are fixed to you.
You said they could stop you. You're very, very clear. In fact, I would suggest that you're preaching to the converted. So essentially, would you not agree that the problem we have is that based on your explained cost allocation of revenue requirements, we are now moving to a situation where it is clear that what the Barbados Light and Power Company is selling to customers is not energy. It is actually a more sophisticated product. And what you're attempting to do is to capture the cost of that sophisticated product by including a number of fixed costs. Is that correct?
I don't think it's so. Maybe it's because I'm an old guy, but I sort of feel like it's the same old service that's always been provided by the utility. That is to say, the utility has always been in the position where it had to meet customer demands, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And that included, the minute you flipped your switch, right, the lights went on. And all I'm suggesting is that at some point, when people are, at least some portion of them are self-generating and producing their own kilowatt hours for their own consumption, there may be times when battery doesn't work, cells aren't operating, and they want to flip the switch and turn on the lights. And it's the same old service. It's just the basis for collecting the revenues required to support that system is different.
But can I disagree with you a little bit?
Sure. My wife disagrees with me all the time.
Oh, lucky you. May I suggest to you and invite your comment that what happened in the past was that we had an uncomplicated situation where the only interest of the utility was to recover its legitimate cost, to use the word that you use, fairly. What has happened now is that the whole situation has become significantly more complicated. Would you not agree?
Well,
so that
pardon me. I've been in the business for 40 years, and every year somebody tells me how it's increasingly complicated. So I'll buy it.
40 years ago, and I was in before 40 years, so we can talk about that. 40 years ago, there was no prosumers. So essentially, if you were on the system, as long as you paid your fair share, it did not matter if I said that you were paying me 10 cents per unit or 15 cents per unit, as long as the total you paid covered what you use. Now we have a situation where there are people not only using from the system, but feeding into the system and referring to rates called feed-in tariffs, which are all predicated on something called the energy cost per unit, the number of cents per kilowatt hour. To the extent that that rate may have been established by allocation rather than by exact determination of what the service being sold was worth, don't you see that there could be a disjointed situation created? I think Mr. Worm tried to...
So that's a question that it's a hypothetical question that I really can't answer relative to BLPC. Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
So I have, in my experience, seen the design of many different feed-in tariffs with very many different bases. And I don't know the feed-in tariff that BLPC has, and I don't know what it is relative to my cost of service. So it's nothing that I can answer you and say, yeah, it's a problem for BLPC.
I understand your position. And I know the chairman is not going to let me say mine, so I'm not going to pursue that anymore. Just to ask, you would not, from the information collected in your actual study with BLPC for this particular report, would you be in any position to say what the actual cost for energy of unit delivered at a BLPC, for example, a domestic customer, what that actual cost is? Or is it just allocation based on your model? Is there any way to be able to drill down to know that this is the actual cost to a particular customer in a particular class for X units per cents per unit or dollars per unit?
So I don't know what constitutes actual costs, all right, from in terms of the way you're describing it. I know what the accounting costs are that BLPC has to provide the service. Those are real costs. And so, my cost of service study can be used at least to understand, from the standpoint of the monies that BLPC has to pay out to provide the delivered kilowatt hours, what it's costing it. Now, if that's not real, well, I don't know. But and my understanding is, from what I understand, those are the dollars that outlay, right, that BLPC incurs for providing the service. I don't have any other answer than that.
Yes, if you don't have any answer, I'm quite happy with that. How useful would you suggest from your profession, from your expert point of view, is the traditional historic cost of service study at the time of a revolutionary transformation of an electricity system in terms of future guidance? In other words, how useful is it to look back a couple of years at a traditional allocation? How useful is that going to be taking us forward in a highly transformational energy situation?
Okay, so I think it's useful because it gives you a basis to start from for comparison about what your current costs are, and that it serves as a kind of metric. Here's where we are. Here's where we are with the current system. I can do calculations about what a future system looks like, and then I can compare it to what the current one looks like based on the cost of service study. So from that standpoint, it's sort of like a question of, taking a snapshot, right, of, what the costs are right now. I don't know what the costs look like in the future, but at least you'd have a snapshot to compare it to.
Understood, but as an alternative, have you looked, for example, at other markets that may have progressed along the same lines that Barbados is actually doing? For example, we are now approaching 9-10% penetration of RE into this market. The utility is complaining of flattening sales, which you will expect if you're going to lose sales to RE. Have you looked at any of those similar markets to see how your cost of service information has been influencing the decision making going forward and the results of it?
Well, maybe I can give you this one example, and so maybe it helps. Okay, so we talked for a moment about regional transmission organizations, right? And in regional transmission organizations, that they have a competitive market for setting the price of energy, right? But it turns out that in order to ensure that generators stay in the market, it's required that a capacity payment be made to generators in order to ensure that, in fact, they show up in the market. That calculation is, in fact, a kind of cost of service study done for a generator to understand what is the difference between the energy the revenues it receives in selling energy versus the accounting costs that are required in order for it to stay online. So there's an example of a kind of cost of service study in a completely different situation, which does basically look at the relationship between accounting costs and the prices of energy that it receives in order to get to a solution for having generators remain in the market.
I see. Okay, my last question really, I was going to ask if there's any way in your study that you would have made provision for the expected increase in prosumers on the system, but I
think I have.
That you would not have done that.
I think I have, though.
You have?
Right?
Well, how would that have worked?
Well, I have by virtue of estimating what is the cost of distribution of the part of the distribution, which is solely based on the number of customers, and that seems to me at least begins to form a basis for trying to understand what it's going to be like and how much it's going to cost you to serve customers who, at least for the delivery of the power, who are essentially not purchasing much in the way of power from them.
Okay. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Brown. Public Counsel.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Hanser. I have one question for you.
Sure.
Were you engaged by Barbados Light and Power Company as an expert on Barbados's utility regulation law?
No.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
No.
No, I was just wondering because I noticed you were opining on FTC's directions to BLPC.
No, I was opining on the term that, in particular, that the FTC used to describe the actions that it was taking. And in my experience in utility regulation, it was inappropriately using that term and describing what it was doing. And what it was doing constituted not putting in place a clawback mechanism, but rather what it was doing is what is known everywhere that I've ever opined on as retroactive rate making. And I've opined in literally across the world at this point in my life. And everywhere that I've been in which there was a situation in which a commission looked back and tried to modify the future revenue streams and so on for a utility, it was called retroactive rate making. And it represents basically a policy in which hindsight becomes the basis for doing regulation. And that, unfortunately, does not work very well.
Thank you. That's my question, sir. I'm finished.
Thank you, Public Counsel. Okay. Have a couple of questions for you, Dr. Hanser. Commissioner Wallison.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hanser. Excuse me. I would like you to refer to Exhibit AC7. This is the affidavit of T. Bruce Sachida. I hope I pronounced that correctly. In that affidavit, Brattle states that it will not be providing the cost of service model used in this application. Are you aware?
I'm sorry. You'll have to. Could you bring up that?
Oh, I can't bring it up.
Just give us a second.
Sure.
I have a copy of it. It doesn't say that we wouldn't do the cost of service study. I think what it says is that we would not provide the model that we used for doing the cost of service study.
Right. So it says you will not be providing the cost of service model. Is that correct? Used in this application.
What we offered, I believe BLPC has said that it would offer to the commission a willingness to do any analyses that it wishes to see for for this particular cost of service. The issue for us is just that this was the model that we produced is quite complicated, and it represents a lot of effort actually to put it together. And so we would be happy to do whatever you'd like in terms of analyses, but we don't really want to distribute it freely, just because it is a source of intellectual property for us. And
okay, just let me finish the whole question to put it in context and perspective for you. All right. Are you aware of any proceedings within the last 5 years for investor-owned electric utilities in which the regulatory body was unable to examine the cost of service presented by the company when requested? And if so, which ones?
I'd have to do some research. I don't know off the top of my head. I do know that when it is provided.
All right. If you can't recall, sorry.
Let me finish. I do know that when it is provided by utilities too, there is a non-disclosure agreement which says that the model cannot be shared by the commission to any interveners, nor can it be shared, nor can it be shared if need be. An NDA also has to be signed by any consultants that are associated with the commission or the model because of the nature of the intellectual property.
Excuse Dr. Hans, sir. Would you then agree that in regulated rate proceedings such as the one we're currently participating in, it is not unusual for errors in formulas and documents to have been relied on to be found upon review?
I would, I don't doubt that there's a possibility of an error. It's an audited model, but I doubt that most commissions fail to have the capability to really audit the model. I assure you that Rattle has much better capabilities to audit the model than most commissions.
Pardon me? You said that Rattle has better capabilities to audit the model than the commission?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, Dr. Hanser, within your report at page 1258 of the application, this is attachment 12, you state that the allocation factors relied upon in your study is developed from financial and operational data provided by the Barbados Light and Power Company. What period was selected when developing the usage and demand-related allocation factors within your study?
They're all based on the test year.
That's 2020.
2020.
So your study allocates a number of costs on the basis of customer usage and both 1 CP and 12 CP demands. Is that correct?
12 CP for transmission and generation, NCP for distribution.
Okay. How is the 12 CP demand for a given class determined?
we look at the coincident peak demands for each race class for 12 months.
Peak demand for 12 months?
That's what 12 CP is about.
Right. So, question, if the plant was shut down for a portion of the test year, the 12 CP allocation to that plant would be lower than if it was operating, due to it having no contribution to the peak during the time it was shut down?
No, the 12 CP refers to levels of class demands, not to the operation of generating equipment.
So not the plant, right? Are you familiar with the effects of COVID-19 on the Barbados economy specifically?
I've been told about it, but I don't have a specific analysis of the impact on the economy.
So the answer is no.
I don't, to the extent that I don't have a specific analysis and I've never been provided one, no.
So in the Barbados Light and Power's company memorandum of the test year, it stated that the effect of COVID-19 is substantially due to the nationwide closure of non-essential businesses, schools, and government agencies. Did you review the impact of COVID-19 on the usage and demand values relied upon during the cost allocation process?
No.
Sorry. Yeah. So, Barbados Light and Power has stated that it is almost fully transitioned to LED street lighting from high-pressure sodium street lights. These street lights have significant benefits in terms of the amount of usage and demand they place on the system. Does your study adjust for this transition?
I'm sorry, say it again now?
Right.
I apologize.
The Barbados Light and Power has stated that it's almost fully transitioned to LED street lighting from high-pressure sodium street lights. These street lights have significant benefits in terms of the amount of usage and demand they place on the system. Does your study adjust for this transition?
Only to the degree that the information was provided by BLPC about differences in usage as a result.
So your study doesn't make any adjustments then?
Only to the degree that BLPC provided data which was adjusted because it was known and going forward.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hanson. Please describe the purpose
I
of...
can't say, I'm sorry, who are you? I apologize. I can't see who you are.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Anki Scott Joseph, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Please describe the purpose of a minimum system study and briefly outline how it is done.
So a minimum system study aims at trying to understand what is the minimum system that would provide a mechanism by which to deliver a trickle of kilowatt hours, so to speak, to a customer. And the idea is to take whatever the costs are that the existing system and trim them and allocate them to the point where you could provide just a minimal amount of kilowatt hours to a customer class. So that's what a minimum system study does. It says, what are the costs that I currently have in the distribution system? If I only was in the position of having to provide some minimum level of kilowatt hours to those customers, what of those costs, what proportion of those costs would be associated with doing that?
Thank you. The Commission question number 67 in interrogatories dated August 12, 2022, which can be found on page 37 of our B31. The company identified the methodology used and provide all working papers supporting the classification of plant accounts 364, 365, 367, 368, 369, 370.1, and 370.2, which the company is proposing to classify as partially customer-related. In response, BLPC stated that the minimum system study was performed, and it did not, however, provide any working papers or details on what specific methodology was used. Were you involved in the preparation of the minimum system study, or was
No.
it provided by the company?
It was provided by the company.
Mr. Aline, can the company provide that study, including the underlying working papers and documentations that were used to determine the cost of minimum system?
Commissioner Dr. Scott Joseph, could you give me one moment, please?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Aline.
Could the commissioner repeat exactly what she requires, please? I want to make sure we get it right.
Minimum system study. We'd like to have all underlying working papers and documentation, that was used to determine the cost of a minimum system.
Chair, with your permission, the study, Commissioner Scott Joseph, was done by another company called UFS. So we would have to reach out to them to seek their permission to hand over the working papers to the commission. So it wasn't done by the Braha Group, it was done by another consulting company. So we would like an opportunity to reach out to them and explain the request before we hand over the information to you. We can hand over the study, but the working papers of the study, we get permission from the consultants before doing that.
So the data is not your data?
The study itself that was created would be ours, and I believe we can give that to you. But sometimes the working papers of the consultants, we don't have that, so we would need to reach out to them to get that information.
Oh, okay, please do.
Dr. Hanson, do you agree that portion of the system that is characterized as the minimum system is an important input when determining what portion of the plant is customer related?
Yes, I mean, I think it's important, although I think its impact is less than one might think, but it's certainly important.
Does the performance of a minimum system study require a judgment as to what type of equipment is required to support the system?
Usually a minimum system study is done by a firm in consultation with the engineers at the company. And I'm assuming that the minimum system study that BLPC had performed was done similarly.
Are you familiar with the 1992 NARUC Electric Utility Cost Allocation Manual?
Yes.
Okay, please focus your attention on page 1262 of the application.
1262.
You state that
Yes, is this? Yes, go ahead.
You state that including a portion of certain parts of the distribution system is an enhancement to the cost of service study. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you agree with NAURC that a minimum system study will generally produce a large customer component than the minimum intercept study?
Well, no, I think that's up to debate. There are questions about that come up. I've done both participated in minimum system studies and done zero intercept methods, and they can be more or less than one another. There's no a priori basis for saying one is less or more than the other.
On page 1256 of the application,
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
page 1256 of the application. Just one moment, please. Should I proceed? Okay. You state that the changes in methodology have a small effect on the result of the cost of study. Did you test the impact of your methodology against the methodology that was approved by the Commission in the company's last rate review?
I did not participate in the last cost of service study, and I don't have it available to me.
On what basis did you conclude that the effects of the change in methodology had a minimum effect on the results?
Well, the change in the effect of adding the customer is that it allocates some portion of the distribution cost into quote unquote customer costs. The distribution system has a total asset relative to the size of all of the other assets, which BLPC has, is relatively small. And so if you're allocating a portion of an asset which is small relative to the total assets, the total change is not going to be enormous any way that you do it. So that's the basis for it.
Thank you. On the same page, 1256, you state that the factors that drive the company's cost of service have changed. Can you describe how the drivers of the company's cost of service have changed since the last case? And how the changes in the methodology, one moment please.
I'm sorry.
And how the changes in the methodology you have done reflect the changes in drivers of service?
So the primary change is, I think we've said before, that BLPC, that Barbados is going to go to 100% renewable. It means then that fewer of the costs that are being carried by customers and are going to be carried by through energy charges, and they have to be collected somehow. And the cost of service reflects how those services that are still being required are now more are now being allocated in as customer charge rather than associated with demand.
Are you aware that some jurisdictions require the use of what is commonly termed a basic customer charge methodology, in which only the cost of service, meter, and billing costs are included in the customer charge?
Sure. But I would point out that in those jurisdictions, okay, let me see if I can make a comparison. In the United States, where utilities are cooperatives, that is to say they are customer-owned utilities, you will find that the majority of the customer charges include the recovery of the fixed costs of the system. Whereas in some jurisdictions, investor-owned utilities are required only to have a meter and a drop as part of the cost. I make that comparison only to point out that in situations in which customers own the utility and are concerned about the financial stability of the utility, they make the choice to have a customer charge that's more reflective of recovery of the full fixed costs, and particularly because increasingly customers are now self-providers of energy to themselves, and so less and less of the system costs can be recovered through variable energy charges.
Thank you. Are you aware that the fully allocated cost of service approach is most appropriate for assessing demand rather than looking at the allocation of costs, which is a most marginal cost approach?
Could you repeat that question?
Are you aware that the fully allocated cost of service approach is most appropriate for assessing demand rather than allocating cost to customers?
I don't quite understand that question.
Are you
a fully allocated cost of service study is a fully allocated cost of service study. I don't understand. I don't quite understand what's being asked. So if you could rephrase it, maybe I can sort of get to it. But as it stands, I can't.
That's fine. In your earlier testimony, you stated that you identified two types of costs: fully allocated cost of service and marginal cost of service. And you indicated that your approach taken was the fully allocated cost of service. So my question is, are you aware that that approach is more appropriate for analyzing the demand requirement and not necessarily allocation of cost to consumers?
Well, so let me sort of step back. So fully allocated cost of service study is a picture at a point in time of what the utility's current costs are, what its outlays are for providing the services that it provides. A marginal cost of service study is a forward-looking kind of snapshot of what things will look like on a going forward basis. All right. On the other hand, a marginal cost of service study is not guaranteed to collect the appropriate level of revenues in order to make the utility whole. And so a marginal cost of service study has to be reallocated, in a sense, back to the overall revenue requirements. And so whether you want to do a fully allocated cost of service study or not, and you prefer doing a marginal cost of service study, you still have to go back to eventually a total revenue requirement. And that often requires doing a fully allocated cost of service study in order to do those calculations.
Thank you. The fully allocated cost of service approach results in a shift of cost from one consumer to the other. Would you consider the methodology approved in the last case more similar to the basic customer charge methodology or your proposed methodology?
I think my understanding is that the prior rate case used a relatively small allocation of customer costs, and that are not reflective of the cost that BLPC currently incurs or will be incurring in the future relative to providing service for those customers who will be providing their own energy as we would want them to do under the full 100% renewable scenario that Barbados wants to move to, in which case there will be no mechanism for recovering those costs for the reliability services which BLPC is providing. And so the method that we use is more reflective of the actual cost of providing those services, including the reliability services that customers required. The prior study does not include such costs. And I'm sorry, does not appropriately allocate such costs.
Thank you for your response. Now, please let's refer to document RB 32. BLP's responses to interrogatories number 31 and 32 on page 20 and 21.
Yeah.
Direct your attention to the lower right hand of that document. Did you prepare these responses?
Yes.
Are you aware of any study on how to functionalize these costs beyond BLPC's judgment? That is, how the cost should be split.
Well, let me explain precisely what those are. So, BLPC runs a transmission distribution system, and its costs are, in some sense, pooled between transmission and distribution. For the cost of service study, I need to know what costs are essentially those that would be allocated to transmission versus those that would be allocated to distribution. That requires an engineering knowledge of how the system actually operates, since from an accounting standpoint, that information isn't separated in that way. And so we requested of BLPC that their engineers provide the information. They would take the accounts, which are now, in a sense, a single account, and separate those costs between transmission and distribution. So in that case, I don't know of anybody besides BLPC's engineers who would have sufficient knowledge to know how to separate those costs out, and we relied on it.
Thank you. The United States Federal Energy Regulation, FERC, account 362 is station equipment. Are you familiar with how the functionalization of the station equipment between the transmission and distribution functions is typically done?
Well, in the case of that account, there are two parts to it. And for distribution equipment, which is solely distribution equipment and is only on the distribution system, that's simply allocated. But there is distribution equipment that is split between transmission and distribution. And so, for example, the high side of the substation could be allocated transmission, and the low side, in terms of voltage of the substation, could be allocated to distribution. And that split would be done by an engineer's assessment of the cost associated on the transmission versus the distribution side.
Who at the company, BLPC that is, provided you with these amounts?
I believe that Mr. Carter provided that information. Dr. Carter provided the information.
Thank you. How would you distinguish between fixed cost in your affidavit and customer-related fixed costs?
I'm sorry, I'm missing something. And that quite
Kindly
understand.
distinguish.
Are you talking about total fixed costs that the utility incurs and customer costs? I'm not sure quite what you're trying to explain, where your question wasn't.
Yes. Yes, please. Yes.
Well, the total fixed costs are just basically all the total costs that are fixed for the utility, which is basically all of its equipment, its plant, and so on. Okay. In the cost of service study, we allocate some portion of the distribution system, which is almost entirely fixed costs, to the customer. And we do so because even if the customer were to consume only a minimal amount of kilowatt hours, we would still require some portion of the distribution system in order to provide the customer with those services. And so we've allocated a portion of the distribution system to the customer because those costs vary, excuse me, with the number of customers, and they don't vary with the level of demand, which is the allocator that we've used before.
Thank you for your responses.
Okay. So, Dr. Hanser, sorry.
That's all right. Everybody gets it wrong.
Okay. So there may be costs that are fixed, such as, for example, depreciation expense on an item of generation plant that would not be appropriate for inclusion in customer cost classification. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. However, there are costs that can't be directly assigned to a functionalization or classification factor. And in those cases, we need to find the most appropriate basis for the classification. I believe a good example would be something like property taxes, which is a fixed cost from the company's perspective. But I would like you now to look on if we could put up page 1286 of the application.
Could somebody bring it up for me? I apologize.
Yeah, but I'm asking here for the assistance. Okay. Oh, this is fine, but okay, yes. So you have property taxes. Yes.
Okay, that's all right. It dances a little bit, but it's fine.
Yeah. So property taxes on the application would be functionalized on total plant, then classified on either plant or directly as demand related. Would you agree?
So, we functionalize on net plant, that is net of depreciation. So, and then functionalize beyond that, classified beyond that. Well, that's a pardon me, I'm having trouble looking at it.
Okay, thank you. Now, the question of insurance has been the focus of this hearing, got a lot of attention on the area of in relation to insurance. So I want you to help me understand the impact, for instance, like $1 of property insurance expense would have on the results of your cost of service study. So if we can just go up to page 1285 of the application.
See if I can find it.
Yeah.
Let's see, 1285. 1265. I'm sorry, you have to pardon me while I scroll through this to see if I can. My computer's not nearly that fast.
Right. Okay. Now, if the total cost of property insurance inferred to count 924 was $1, then that entire dollar would be functionalized entirely to distribution, correct?
Just give me 1 second to make sure I can see. So you're
Account
pointing
924?
924. Okay. Property insurance, yes.
So $1 of insurance, that entire dollar would be functionalized entire to distribution. Is that correct?
No, that portion, so, yes, that portion is assigned to distribution, and then some portion of it will be assigned to customer accounts, yes.
Basic whole idea. Okay, so if you can scroll up to page 1276 of the application. Just go to page 1276 of the application. And we're still going to be looking at that account number 924. Okay. Now this is classified between distribution demand and distribution customer functions on the basis of a distinct PT factor, correct?
Yes, let's see, was it page 1284?
Yeah, the account, yeah. And if you look, you have on the basis how we are allocating, it's a distinct PT.
Oh, yes, I see, 1278 or 12, I'm sorry, what page, I'm sorry, I apologize, sir.
Yeah, we're on page 1276, and we're looking at the account
76.
924. And in your penultimate column, you're seeing a distinct underscore PT factor.
Yes.
Okay, what does this, for the abbreviated DIST underscore PT factor represent? What does this represent? What? Have this as your basis for your allocation. So what does this?
Oh, distribution plant.
Or distribution plant.
Right.
Okay. So out of the 12.35 million that the BLPC includes in its revenue requirement, you have 6.091 million is classified as distribution demand, while 6.258 million is classified as distribution customer, correct?
Yes.
So if I turn back to the example of $1 of property insurance expense, would you agree that approximately 49 cents of the amount should be classified as being distribution demand and the other 51% distribution customer?
Yes, I think that sounds right, but I'd have to look and make sure that that is consistent with my numbers.
So if you go to page 1278, okay, on page 1278 of the study, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a 49-51 split in the line labeled T&D plant.
Right, I have a split of 49%, yeah, demand, 51% customer. That's right.
Right. And none of that dollar would be functionalized as being related to generation or transmission, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to go back to page 1277 on the line referred to as tariff revenue requirement. So you're showing a total of 53.93 million for distribution customer classification, which is on the last row there, the tariff revenue requirement.
Yeah.
53.935 million for distribution customer.
Right.
Right. I believe this is the total of all the expenses that are classified to this factor, correct?
That's correct.
And it would also include the required return on the rate base. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Now, if we go to page 1266, that same 53.935 million is shown in the line customer costs under the distribution heading, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then looking at the line in the summary of unit charges, that is labeled customer charge per month. Am I correct that the amounts on that line represent the total cost shown on the customer accounts line we discussed, divided by the total number of annual bills for each class?
Yes.
Okay. So are you aware that the company is relying on the customer charge dollar per month line as the justification for its proposed customer charges in this proceedings?
I understand that it is using that information as a basis for its customer charge. Yes.
Okay. So going back to my $1 in property insurance expense, if rates were based directly on the results of this study, 51 cents should be shown as having to be recovered through the customer charge, correct?
51 cents of the insurance associated with distribution.
Yes. So I would like you just to go to page 1283 of the application. Will you please read off for me the percentage of total plant in service assigned to generation, transmission, and distribution functions?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at page 1283. Oh, I'm not sure which line you're talking about. The external factors? I'm not sure which one are you talking about.
No, the plant in service, plant in service.
Plant in service.
Plant
Oh,
in
total
service.
plant in service. I'm
Total
sorry.
plant in service, yes.
I'm sorry, 51.3%, 11.42, and 37.24. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Right. So if we can just hold this information here, if you can scroll up to page 1278 now. Okay, thank you. And the classification for T&D plant shown under internal factors. Okay.
Yes.
The section is 49% demand and 51% customer, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So if I take 37.24% of the plant that is distribution and multiply it by the 51.33%, I get approximately 19.12% of the plant being related to distribution customer classification. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But we've already established, let's say for property taxes, which are fixed costs, are properly functionalized on the basis of total plant. So why would the methodology for insurance expense differ?
I'm sorry.
The question is that you would have used one approach in relation to property taxes, so I'm asking for the justification in your methodology for using something different for insurance expense.
I don't believe I did.
Okay. So do you believe your methodology for functionalizing and classifying the costs is supported by the definition of customer-related costs you provided earlier?
I believe so.
So do you believe your methodology for functionalizing and classifying the property insurance costs is in line with the cost of service principles set forth by the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners that you mentioned on page 1214 of that is mentioned on page 1214 of the application.
Okay, so I believe when I initially did the calculation, I assumed that property insurance was related to plant per se. And I have subsequently found with discussions with Mr. Carter that most of the property insurance is associated actually with generation plant and not with transmission and distribution. And I have done a recalculation in which I have reassigned the property insurance to generation.
Okay.
And I can present that to you.
Okay. So you're aware that the company maintains a self-insurance fund for various classes of assets?
Yes.
Okay. And if the company's insurance expense was mostly incurred on generation assets, would you change your methodology used to assign the cost?
I would change the allocation factor.
Okay. Okay. So if we go back to page 1285 of the application, okay. So would you agree that the same functionalization and classification factors are being applied to all administrative and general expenses?
Yes, these are being applied. Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that administrative and general expenses support the generation, transmission, and distribution functions of the company?
Yes, that's correct.
So are you, okay. So have you assigned any insurance to generation or transmission?
I did not assign an appropriate amount to generation and transmission.
When you said an appropriate amount, did you assign any or?
We assigned, yes, we did assign some, but we did not assign an appropriate level, an appropriate amount.
Okay. Okay. Now, for instance, salaries for positions that are related to human resources, which will be included in account 920, according to the Excel workbook provided in the company's response to interrogatory 68 within DB 31, could reasonably be inferred to be making HR decisions across the company, not only for the distribution function, correct?
I'm sorry, say it again. Oh, what are you looking at now?
So I'm looking in relation to human resources. So salaries for positions that are related to human resources,
yes,
which is included in this account 920, according to the Excel workbook provided in the company's response, interrogatory 68, could it reasonably be inferred to be making HR decisions across the company and not only to the distribution function? I mean, looking at your classification, how would you seek to look at the whole questions of salaries, let's say, related to HR? Is it for distribution or is it for the entire company?
It would be allocated to the entire company.
Okay. Now, however, in your study, 51% of those salaries included in account 920 are being classified as customer related. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would other employees on this list support more than the distribution-related portion of the plant?
Yes.
Okay. And a similar inference could be made for costs related to employee pensions and liabilities and benefits. Would you agree it is reasonable to assume that some of these costs are related to employees working on the generation plant?
Yes.
So do you believe your functionalization and classification of these costs is reliable for determining the portion of charge that is customer related?
Yes.
Okay. So why would these costs not be spread across other functions?
So, yes, they should be spread across other functions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hanson, just a couple more questions. I'd like you to refer to the Barbados Light and Power Company's response to question 71 of our interrogatories dated August the 12th, which is shown on page 39 of Exhibit RB 31, attachment 27. Did you prepare this response?
Yes.
Right. It is stated that the allocation factor captures the difference in the cost of providing meter reading services to customers in different rate classes. How does the adoption of AMI meters change the cost of metering customer classes?
I don't have the information on AMI relative to any more than they are existing in the current rate, in the current metering.
Okay. Looking at your study, specifically at page 1271 of the application, the second account shown on page is the FREC account 902, which is meter reading expenses. Can you confirm the meter reading allocation factor is being used for this account?
It's based on what we were on. We assigned, there was an incorrect assignment in this case. Let me point out, if you go all the way to the right, okay. We discovered that streetlights do not have meters, and so those costs need to be reallocated to the other rate classes.
So streetlight customers are allocated $61,000 of that total $419,000 in that account,
yeah,
which represents 14.59% of the total cost. Can you explain why street lighting customers would be assigned this charge?
I'm sorry, say that again now?
I've just repeated a few. Streetlight customers are allocated 61,000 of the total of 419,000 in that account, which represents 14.59% of the total cost. Can you explain why street lighting customers would be assigned this charge?
I'm sorry, I'm at a loss. I'm trying to understand what you're pointing out.
Dr. Hanser, yes. If I may, if you look at the highlighted information here, what my fellow commissioner is asking, if you're looking at meter reading expenses, line 902, you see the total is 490. Could you put back up the information first, please? Yes. You see the total is 419,000?
Yes, yes, I do.
Right, and when we go right over to the extreme right of the screen, we are seeing that streetlights is accounting for 61,000 out of that 1419.
Right.
We compute that 61,000 as a percentage of the 419 to be 14.59% of the total cost.
I see what you're getting at. Yes,
Right.
that 61 is incorrectly. It should be the metering. There are no meters on streetlights.
So
And
then,
so that
right.
cost needs to be reallocated to the other rate classes.
Okay, that was our question.
Yes. We discovered that afterwards, that there was no streetlights are metered.
All right. Next question. Referring back to the FTC interrogatory 71, as well as the responses of interrogatory 69, 70, and 72, did you prepare these responses to all of these interrogatories?
I'm sorry, you'll have to point, which one are you?
All right, we'll bring them up for you. Interrogatory 71. Right, 69, 70, and 70.
Oh, weighted meter, yes, weighted.
Right. So would you agree that these responses provide a description of how the calculation was performed, but do not provide the calculation itself? Any values used in the calculation or work papers as required in the interrogatories?
Oh, and are you checking 70 or 71?
Can you repeat that for me, please? Oh, sorry, it's 69, 70, 71, and 72.
We have that all in table 9. I'm not sure, are you asking for the underlying data for table 9?
Yeah, you said you prepared, right. The question is, did you prepare the responses? That's
Yes.
one, right. But you
Yes.
didn't.
I'm asking you, when you're asking for, table 9 provides all of those allocations. Are you asking for the underlying data associated with those tables?
Correct, that's correct. Right. So you want to know if you provide the calculations, right? So there's no data to it.
Yes, we can provide those calculations.
Turning to RB 31, we would like you to refer to interrogatory 69, which is on page 38 of the PDF sent by the Barbados State and Power Company. It is stated that the salaries and wages allocation factor is based on the labor component of expenses captured in the FREC account 901 to 909, and refers to the reader of the table 9 for the functionalization, classification, and allocation of those costs, which is on page 1285 of the application. What is the ultimate allocation for the salary expenses for customer accounts, service and information expenses appropriate for distributing labor, for distributing labor-related administrative and general costs rather than salary expenses, including all the operational accounts? So let me just repeat that question.
Could you repeat the question?
Why is the ultimate allocation of the salary expenses for customer accounts, service and information expenses appropriate for distributing labor-related administrative and general costs rather than salary expenses included in the operational accounts?
So we base it on labor component of the expenses. So I'm not sure what the point is that you're making. So it's the total labor expenses, salary, wages, et cetera. So that is the allocator that we use.
So it's labor expenses?
Yes.
And not necessarily the total salary expenses?
Well, it's arguably more inclusive than just the salaries.
The question is, why is it, why 901 to 909 instead of 500 to 930, which is two different allocation classes? or two different account numbers?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
So you allocated, as you said earlier, in the account 901 to 909. So why did you do that instead of accounting it to the accounts 500 to 930? This is a change.
I'll have to go look at the account numbers. I'm not sure. Can you?
Dr. Hanser,
Yes.
the question is related to the broad class in terms of your allocation. You would have
Okay.
allocated it specifically to customer account service and informational expenses.
That's right.
Right. However, the total general and administrative costs would cover accounts from, the account code from 500 right through. So it would include operation and maintenance expenses, transmission and distribution expenses. It will then include customer account service and informational expenses, administrative and general expenses, and other A&G. So the question is really, why did you choose to allocate it only to one group or one subgroup of the total groups there, which is customer account service and informational expenses, as opposed to allocating it across all the categories?
I'm certain that we allocated in the end that they were allocated across all the categories. I'll have to go back and look at my spreadsheet to make sure, but I'm certain that they were allocated across categories. If they were not, then I can make that change.
Yes, right. We do believe that it should not be only to one subgroup, that it really should have been allocated across all the categories. So we agree on that.
Yes.
Okay, colleagues, I see council is eager, but we will now have a recess for lunch, and we will resume at 2:15. And council, you'll be ready to continue with your re-examination.
Yes, Chair. Obviously, I have to get up to speed to the capability you just showed in terms of your questioning, but I'll be ready by resumption.
Yes, so just have a light lunch.
I don't know if that's enough, sir. I really don't know. But anyhow, I will do my best.
Yes, so
Thank you.
we recess until 2:15. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now resumed. So, Ms. Stalin.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Hanser, I see your camera is on. Good.
I was not being permitted to unmute, so I didn't turn my camera on.
Thank you. Now, during questioning from the commission, Doctor, I get the reasonable understanding that the commission would like the opportunity to assess your model and test it so that they can determine elements of validity, I imagine. Are you willing to share the model with the commission for that purpose?
Yes.
Okay. Good. We can take care of that issue. Now, going through some of the matters that were raised and to give me a better understanding, I understood that they primarily dealt with the manner in which you allocated these costs between, say, distribution plant and total plant. And here I'm referencing the administrative and general expenses, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give me an idea of the impact of that administrative and general correction as to the change in customer charge that would have been highlighted in your cost of service study?
So let me say, I don't have a customer charge per se. That's a rate element. Okay, but I do have an estimate of the associated quote unquote customer allocated costs.
Costs. My apologies for loose language.
No, it's fine. So I'm estimating that it's probably on the order of around 5% or so, maybe a bit more than that, in terms of the customer charge. The issue that we have is this, that we know that A&G is largely related to basically, essentially the number of employees and things like that, and that we have to figure out an appropriate one. Now, distribution is, customers come under distribution in terms of our initial functionalization. And we know that administrative headquarters and so on, all of those things, all are under distribution. And so our initial impulse was to put it under distribution because that's where we thought our initial belief was that that's where a largest component would be. And so we can make the change. It's a judgment change in terms of what's the appropriate allocator. We're going to make that change. We are trying to figure out quite the right appropriate allocator. Our initial thinking is that it could be net plant, but again, much of the A&G is really labor related as opposed to capital related. But we may just, because we don't have all the information that would come from allocating A&G costs in their accounting system, we may have to rely on an allocator like that does not have a direct assignment.
Okay. The other element, and as I said, I'm going through these elements so that we can understand first the concept of impact. I understand that you're saying you're willing to show how these allocations will look, and you will also supply the model to the commission. But the other element that was highlighted was property insurance, in terms of the manner in which the property insurance was treated. Again, can you give me a concept of impact relative to that change?
Relatively speaking, it's very small, on the order of, my initial calculation has it at having under a hundredths of a percent across the rate classes.
Okay.
So I rounded it to 2 decimal places and it disappeared. So that's an indication of the relative size.
And the next one I understood was in relation to the issue of meters allocation to streetlights. What would be the impact relative to that correction?
It varies, of course, by rate class, but to give you an indication of the order of magnitude, it's about 0.04% for general service. Let me just check to make sure I've said this right. Yes, general service. And it's about 0.06% to residential.
Okay. Now, the other general concept I want to understand, you will prepare a cost of service study, yes, but in the context of any one element with your cost of service study, it does not necessarily mean there is a direct flow through to the rate design that Dr. Carter has produced. Is that a fair understanding?
That's absolutely correct.
And how is your cost of service, how is that then moderated in terms of what he produces? Just to make sure we understand the link.
For example, I mean, he might take a charge, a customer charge, for example, and because he wants to have a relatively stable rate from the last rate case to the current one, he may take my number and shave it by 50% or 80% or some number like that, because he doesn't want to have a change in a particular rate element for a rate class which is large. So it depends, of course, on the rate class about where he wishes to do that, but he has other considerations that he takes into account when he takes my numbers from the cost of service and then turns it into a rate.
And just in terms of an element of housekeeping, am I understanding that in terms of the submission of the model, you will make these slight adjustments and then pass the model on so that the commission can do their review?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm happy to offer myself or my colleague Lucas Bresson, who helped me with the model, to go through any part of it that they would like us to go through.
Okay, I'm sure they will take you up on it with their experts if they need to. But also now in the context now generally and your comfort with your model and comfort with the report, how satisfied are you that it is a good representative of the cost of service in this application? I think it's fine. I don't think there's any reason I would not use it. These changes are, in a way, either information that I didn't have at the time when I was putting the model together, but the changes that we've had of that nature turn out to be on the order of small percentages. And the other one is a judgment call. The other element of these types of hearings is that such adjustments are relatively normal or expected in the context of whatever is finally agreed and settled, not so?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Chair, that is it in terms of re-examination of Dr. Hansen.
Thank you, Ms. Arlene. Okay, we need to deal a little bit of housekeeping here as well. You would have indicated that we have from your side Dr. Adrian Carter, and we did indicate that Mr. Blackman would be recalled just to clarify a few issues for us. And we have from the intervener's side, there was one witness identified as Mr. Smith. Public counsel. Would you indicate if Mr. Smith would still be appearing?
Good afternoon. Sir, at this point, I'm not 100% sure because initially he was involved in another rate hearing and he was likely to be able to be available next week, but I don't know if we are still going to be around next week. So I'm not sure what is the situation, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, we will proceed. So, Mr. Allen, if you could call your next witness and
Thank you, Chair. It was taking a while for me to be unmuted. The next witness is Dr. Carter.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carter.
Good afternoon.
Would you prefer to swear on the Bible or affirm?
Affirm, please.
Could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you, Dr. Carter, declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
we didn't hear the response.
I do.
Okay.
Witness affirms, sir.
Okay. Mr. Allen?
Yes, Chair. Dr. Carter, could you give your full name and address for the record, please?
Adrian Carter. I reside in Diamond Corner, St. Peter.
And occupation, any qualifications?
I'm currently the manager of regulatory affairs at the Bathurst Light and Power. And I hold advanced degrees in business and economics.
Okay. How long have you held your position with the Barbados Light and Power?
Since 2018.
And can you give us a brief indication as to what your duties entail?
I am responsible for coordinating the interaction between the utility and the regulator. I also have responsibility for analytics and pricing, some price.
And for the purposes of this application, what, if any, memos or documents did you produce?
I would have produced a memorandum of sales forecasting at, I think, Schedule H, as well as the memorandum on proposed tariffs, that is Schedule K. And I also contributed towards our responses to a number of interrogatories.
Okay. Well, let's start with the memorandum on sales projections. There's been a fair amount of queries and analysis on that issue, but let's go back to come forward. How would you describe the pattern of sales 2010 to 2020?
So the pattern of sales since 2010 have been flat to negative since 2010 and leading up to the COVID pandemic in 2020. Our electricity sales had really not grown at all if you look at average annual growth over the period. in 2020, at the end of the COVID pandemic, sales would have declined by 6.11%. And over the period from 2010 through to 2020, our sales would have been down negative by 0.7%. Our sales would have declined on average annually over the period, and that compares to prior to 2010, when sales on average grew by over 3%. So in comparison to prior to 2010, I would say that sales over the last periods since 2010 have been quite abnormal relative to the period before.
Okay. And how has that pattern that you've just described impacted your ability, the applicant's ability to project sales going forward?
The pattern, the recent pattern of sales, especially the impact of the COVID environment, the uncertainties surrounding this period, obviously influence how we go about projecting sales. It kind of force us to adopt a conservative approach to our projections for sales going forward. We would have looked at our variables that influence sales projections going forward. We would have placed greater scrutiny on those factors that drive sales, and we would have also given greater scrutiny and analysis to our sources of market intelligence that we usually utilize to provide information into our modeling, such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the Central Bank of Barbados, their reports, to see basically what they are saying, what are their thoughts on the future, and we would have incorporated their views into our projections of sales.
Okay. The evidence of the applicant's witnesses so far as it comes to the issue of projections and plans are simply yes, they're projections and plans and based on the best evidence available at the time of making that projection. But in terms of your sales projections, because of the circumstances of this present hearing, you have some actuals that you can do as a comparative. So when you take into consideration the applicant's performance for 2021, 2022 so far, how would you assess the quality of your forecasting projection?
Yeah, so our sales forecasting models have performed reasonably well historically, and that performance continued into the projections provided by the models for 2021. Within the industry, normally a forecast error of under 5% would be considered a decent forecast. Our model for 2021 provided a forecast error of 1%, which by most measures is a pretty decent forecast performance.
Now, you also spoke to your preparation of the proposed tariffs, the memo on proposed tariffs. I've heard the term relative to rate design about art and science. Could you start us off by sort of explaining the objectives and philosophies which informs rate design?
Well, the objectives that inform our rate design, we were guided by 4 primary objectives. One objective was revenue adequacy, the revenue adequacy objective. And we wanted to ensure that our rate design and our revenue allocation process actually allowed us to recover the full revenue requirement. A second objective was fairness. We wanted our rates to be as fair as possible to all of our customers, in that we sought to allocate the revenue requirement amongst our various customer class in proportion to the cost to serve that individual customer class. A third objective was efficiency. We wanted to ensure that the rates were as efficient as possible. When I speak about efficiency, I'm talking about that we sought to, in allocating the revenue requirements for each customer class, we wanted to utilize billing components that reflect how the utility incurs its costs. So, for example, to recover fixed costs, utility fixed costs, we wanted to use a fixed billing component such as a customer charge, and to recover variable costs, we wanted to use a variable billing component such as an energy charge. And the fourth and I should say very important objective that we had was rate stability. We wanted to ensure as much as possible and much as feasible to ensure that the increase that we will be requesting from each customer class do not result in any substantial bill impacts on customers. And we sought to do whatever we can to achieve really these objectives in our rate design.
Okay, I can assume what you mean, but just for clarity, when you say bill impact, what are you referencing?
The increases that customers would experience on their bill as a result of our rate proposal.
Okay. Now you've mentioned 4 factors, and based on your description of the factors, they don't all necessarily lead to the same point. So how is it that you go about the balancing of those factors?
Well, I will say that the rate stability objective often conflicted really with the other objectives that I would have mentioned. However, in the interests of all of our customers, we decided that we were not going to follow to the letter the cost of service study results as was presented by Dr. Phil Hansel. We weren't going to follow that to the letter and to the T, but that we were going to consider the rate impacts on customer bills in how we go about allocating revenue and how we go about designing our rates.
Okay. So and I think Dr. Hanser would have just made that same point, but you are basically not taking the cost of service study and just sticking it onto the different classes. You're modifying it to meet the objectives you just spelled out.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the applicant has stated in response to certain interrogatories that the rate setting mechanism used by, like, how was the cost of service rate making, and that it was the only rate making mechanism employed by the applicant. Can you speak to the rationale for that choice?
So the cost of service, or what is sometimes referred to as rate of return regulation, is the rate setting mechanisms that have been utilized in our market for some time, I believe, maybe since the establishment of the Public Utilities Board in 1955, which is the forerunner to the Fair Trading Commission. We would have been utilizing cost of service regulation for rate making. Cost of service is a tried and tested method for development of rates, and it is utilized internationally. I believe that even some jurisdictions that may utilize alternative forms of rate making do often rely on cost of service as a backbone for those alternative rate settings. So I believe cost of service rate making is quite appropriate for use in our development of rates, and certainly we haven't been given any sort of approval or signal from our regulator to use a different approach to our development of rates.
Okay. And I understand your assessment of this methodology, but one of the mechanisms that has been referenced is the performance-based rate making mechanism. What is your opinion as to the benefit of such, or negatives associated with such, or necessity for such in terms of what we do within this jurisdiction?
Performance-based regulation really, I think, seek to really incentivize the utility towards some objective, and there are different maybe degrees to performance-based rates and performance-based regulation. One could say that despite we are currently under kind of cost of service regulation, we do have aspects of a performance-based regulation in terms of our service standards and the targets and the penalties related to our service standards. We have the heat rate incentive mechanism in terms of the incentives there, and we also have pretty long regulatory lag in terms of the time between rate cases. Is a kind of performance-based regulation. So as I say, so there's different degrees to performance-based regulation. Any further implementation of performance-based regulation in the development of rates, I believe, would require significant consultation, with the various parties to determine how that should be approached going forward in the development of rates.
And a major element of this hearing, obviously, is the impact of government policy on the applicant's decision making and its proposals going forward. Can you explain or highlight the impact of the existing government policy on the design of the proposed tariffs?
Government policy definitely had an influence on aspects of our proposed rate design. In that, in our application, we propose to restructure our current tariffs in a manner that more fairly and more efficiently recovers the fixed costs that will be incurred to facilitate the transition towards government's 100% renewable policy. Full stop.
Thank you. No, I was trying to be unmuted. I hadn't left you alone. What is the intended benefit of the transition of the fixed components usage in bills?
Well, so the transition that we are proposing to allocate more of the fixed cost, or to recover more of the fixed costs through a fixed customer charge, we believe that it would send a more accurate price signal to our customers, and it will also engender greater equity amongst our customers.
Okay, you speak of it in terms of equity, but how will this fixed component affect the domestic service, your lowest usage customer in particular?
Yeah. So we put in a lot of effort in trying to minimize the impact of our rate proposal on the domestic service customer class, and in particular, the lower usage consumption bands within this class. And we propose, once the approval of the Commission, we propose to maintain a level of protection for those customers using below 150 kilowatt hours, in that we propose to keep their customer charge below their full cost of service, thus providing a level of protection for those customers.
So linking this to the evidence of Dr. Hanser, it is a situation where, yes, you have calculated those fixed charges, but you are not just transposing the full cost onto the domestic class.
No, we aren't. Again, one of our objectives here have been rate stability, and it's an important objective that we have utilized in our development of rates. And as much as possible, we look at how does our rate proposal impact our customers, and we try to minimize those impacts on our customers.
Okay. One aspect of the applicant's proposal is for renewable purchase power adjustment mechanism. Could you explain the basis for that proposal?
Well, to speak on that, I may need to first talk a little bit about the fuel clause adjustment.
Start where you need to, Dr. Carter.
Thank you very much. So the fuel clause adjustment was originally implemented to recover the fossil fuel costs for generating electricity. Over time, we have enlarging the fuel clause adjustment mechanism to also include the recovery of a 5 megawatt battery storage system, and we also include the recovery of the cost to purchase power from renewable energy generators. What we propose in our application is to return the fuel clause to its original purpose and to its vanilla state. And to do this, we propose that we would remove the battery storage recovery from the fuel clause, and place that into rate base. And we will implement the renewable purchase and power adjustment clause as a separate clause. We will remove that from the fuel clause and place that as a separate clause to recover the cost for purchasing renewable power from renewable generators. We believe that in doing this, this will improve significantly the transparency surrounding the fuel clause adjustment, because the fuel clause adjustment have always been a concern for our customers, and in terms of what it recovers, and to make sure that it's only recovering fossil fuel costs. We are returning it to that state to only recover the cost of fossil fuel. So we see that as a benefit of this proposal. And we also see the benefit of introducing our RAP, I call it RAP, Renewable Purchase Power Adjuster. We see that as an important, really, important barometer really for the nation, to measure how quickly we are transitioning towards the government's policy goal of 100% renewable generation.
Maybe a basic question that is included in what you said before, but just for clarity, does the rate design achieve the same rate of return for each class?
No, the rate design that we have proposed does not achieve the same rate of return for each class. Ideally, you will want to have or to achieve the same rate of return from each customer class, but to do this, it will result in larger bill impacts on some customers, such as the domestic service customers. So, in consideration of, again, these rate impacts, in consideration of our customers, we have decided not to require each customer class to provide the same rate of return.
Okay. And again, as it relates to the domestic service customers, the previous design, or the existing tariffs had a block structure, which is again being implemented, correct?
That is correct.
And in relation to how you are seeking to manage that impact on the domestic service, can you just go into some of the detail as to how their charging is structured in the proposal?
So it's your question, how
are you protecting domestic customers with the design that you are presenting within this application?
Okay. Right. So we are protecting domestic service customers at a number of levels. The first level is at the allocation of the total revenue requirement among the different customer classes. We have taken the decision to not require full cost of service recovery from the domestic service class, and to still requesting of the Commission that we still we still afford the domestic service class some form of subsidy in terms of the allocation of revenue. And at the rate design process, or in the rate design stage of the development of the rates, we also have sought permission through our application to the regulator to allow us to limit the increase in rates for about 80% of our customers in domestic service class, not to exceed a 8% increase. We also seeking to also limit the increase to customers who consume under 150 kilowatt hours, that they increase not exceed a $6 increase in their bills. And we believe that these proposals will continue to protect our domestic service customers from the full effect of our rate proposal.
Okay. Those protections and that billing pack control obviously has a cost. Where does that cost go? You have to give us both sides of the coin. So where does that cost go?
So our commercial customers will continue to provide a level of subsidy to our domestic service customers. That is our proposal. And when I speak about commercial customers, I'm speaking about customers that are served under the general service tariff, the large power tariff, the secondary voltage power tariff, and the time of use tariff. So we propose that that a level of subsidy will continue to be provided by these classes, but at a reduced rate. So we actually proposing that the level of subsidy be reduced, but a level of subsidy continue for the domestic service customers.
Okay. And you've spoken specifically to the domestic service in terms of impact and bill increase, but across the board now, what type of increase on average are likely to be felt by customers?
Well, the increases vary depending on the tariff in which the customers are served, but they generally range for typical customer within each tariff from 5% to 20%.
Now, you would have heard the testimony of Dr. Hanser today, and the commission in cross-examination raised certain issues of the manner of allocation. Do you know presently if they will impact your rate design based on the evidence that you've heard?
Yeah, from doing a back of the envelope calculation, they may have some small impact on the rate design, but I would need to give greater detailed analysis to that. Maybe that's tonight's work, and maybe tomorrow I will be able to give greater details on what is the likely impact of those changes.
Chair, that is my amplification of Dr. Carter, and as he's just indicated, if there is any substantive information coming out of Dr. Hanser's testimony this afternoon, I would ask the commission to give me the opportunity to late before the commission tomorrow morning, if Dr. Carter considers it necessary. But for the moment, I will hand over Dr. Carter for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Commissioner Martinez.
Dr. Carter, can you tell us about your different classes of service, different rate classes which you currently have?
Okay, so we currently provide service under seven rate classes. Let me use my fingers here. We have the domestic service class, the employee class, the street lights class, We have the general service class, the secondary voltage power class, the large power class, and the time of use class. And the domestic service class generally really is residential customers. We provide service for mainly residential customers under the domestic service class. Employees and retirees of light and power are serviced under the employee tariff. Streetlights are serviced under the streetlights tariff. And streetlights, when I speak about streetlights, I'm speaking specifically about streetlights that are on the wooden poles in the community. Those are the streetlights that are covered under the streetlights tariff. And then we have the commercial customer classes. General service, that's very small commercial activity is serviced under that class. You will have there corner shops, barber salons, hairdresser salons, churches, construction sites, and so forth will be serviced under that class. And then you have the more larger commercial activity service under the secondary voltage power class, and those customers usually receive power at the secondary voltage. And customers on the large power tariff are kind of similar to the customers on the secondary voltage power class. The only difference here is that they receive service at primary voltage. I think I'm missing one. Yes, so time of use customers, they also serve at the primary voltage. But the difference with this particular class is that these customers are desirous of paying a different rate for when they actually use power from the grid. So different time periods, we attach a different price of power.
And can you tell us how the rate of return being requested in this application is spread across each of the rate classes you just identified?
Right, so to do that, maybe it will be good to have a look at our table K4, if you could bring that up, table K4, and maybe table K5.
Page number?
I'm sorry, page 871 and page 872. Of the application. Yeah. So maybe let's go to table K. Let's go to table K. All right. K4, K5. Let's use table K5, please. So in table K5, what you see there, in the column to your my left, you will see the different customer classes which we serve. Column 2 provides the allocated rate of rate base allocated amongst the various classes, and this comes directly from the cost of service study results that we would have spoken about earlier. Column 3 provides you there with the actual rate of return that we're currently achieving from each customer class. So you can look at column 3 and column 4 together. And if you look at the first or the second second row in the table in column 4, you will see that the overall rate of return, I think our Director of Finance would have given testimony on this. Our overall rate of return that we are currently achieving from the rate classes, from the overall for all of our customers, is 3.31%. And you will also see how that is kind of the contribution from the different customer classes to that 3.31%. So you can see that some classes are actually giving a negative return, whilst other classes are giving a positive return. Some classes are actually above the overall return, and other classes are below the overall return. Now, the column to the right of column 4 gives you basically the ratio of the rate of return for each individual class to the overall rate of return. So for example, domestic service class, that 75% is telling you that domestic service class is currently only contributing 75%, all right? Their rate is 75% of the overall rate of return. So they're not actually, overall realized rate of return, so they're not actually achieving the overall rate of return. Well, let me just go down. Secondary voltage power is 142%, right, of the overall rate of return, and that corresponds there to a realized rate of return of 4.7%. So what we do here is that full cost of service really requires us to require the same rate of return for each customer class, and that is really given in that table K4 that I was going to first. But in consideration of the rate impacts on our customers, what we did what we call an iterative process whereby we adjust basically the revenue that we can be requiring from each customer class, and then go and look and see basically what impact that have on rates. Having done that through a number of iterations, we decided that in terms of balancing all of our objectives, that we were going to allocate basically 90%. We're going to ask the domestic service customers to pay 90% of the targeted rate of return, which is that 8.79%, and that comes down to, if you see that in column 6, so we're asking them to provide us a rate of return of 7.91%.
So can I ask a question to that?
Yes, certainly.
I note, right, that in relation to what you just pointed us to the same table, the class that has the greatest parity, with a negative 133% is the employees. You have a 0% target rate of return on rate base for employees. Is providing the cost of service to employees different from the domestic customers who you want to collect 90% of your target rate of return from?
Okay, so let me explain that. Again, it goes back to the philosophy and the objective of the rate design. So the first thing we did here is that we had to determine a method of allocating the revenue requirements. And we decided to follow a consistent methodology, whereby all customer classes that currently give us a negative rate of return, as you mentioned, employees, and you will see street lights, we ask that they will go to a 0% rate of return uniform, right, applying to those customers that actually, those classes that actually give a negative rate of return. Customer classes such as domestic service, we said that we're going to ask to give 90% of the overall rate of return. And the other commercial classes, we apply a uniform rate of return to achieve the overall targeted rate of return.
You now equate that with the concept of fairness that you said you utilize in your rate design, because again, I'm having a hard time understanding if it costs the same to provide domestic service to employees, why they're expected to give 0, and you want to collect 90% of your targeted rate of return from all your other domestic service.
Sorry if I wasn't clear. Employees will not pay 0. Employees, sorry, that's what I heard, sorry. So repeat the question then, please.
I said, if you told us one of the tenets of your rate design, actually number 2 is fairness, and that you would allocate the revenue requirement amongst all of your customer classes. So I'm asking you if you can explain to me how fairness plays, because I'm assuming you do not allow employees to power their personal businesses and whatnot at those rates, correct? It's their domestic service.
So the employee tariff, so what we are looking here is how we go about allocating basically the targeted revenue requirement. You have now to transfer this here now to actual rate design, which is a different matter. I can say to you that the rates for employees are well in line with the Commission's decision of 2010, whereby they indicated that the first two, that employees are allowed some form of concessionary rates, and they also made a decision that that concession should be 20% of the domestic service class for the first 2 bands, less the discount offered to those customers. And when we develop our rates are in line with that. And I should add that we have not gone to the extent that the Commission have granted us the ability to do in terms of concessionary rates to employees, but we have actually reduced that concession to employees. So the rates are fair for all of our customer classes as we propose.
My question really concerned your rate of return, and therefore it cannot then be said that you equally spread the requirement for return across all the classes when some classes are being subsidized. Because you told us that only domestic service was being subsidized, which is not entirely correct because all your other classes now subsidize the employee class.
Correct. So as I mentioned, the commercial class is providing a level of subsidy to basically all of the other customer classes. Currently, they're providing subsidy to streetlights, employee class, and the domestic service class. But again, all of our rates are in line with the...
I asked you if your employee class was also being subsidized, not whether the rates were in line with the prior decision of the Commission.
Yeah, I understand. I understood what you asked, and I indicated that they are currently being subsidized as well as streetlights and domestic service class are being subsidized.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
We'll have some additional questions for you on this, but at this time I would invite the interveners to raise some of their questions, and I go first to the Barbados Renewable Energy Association, Mr. Worm.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you very much. Good afternoon, Dr. Carter.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for your the information you just provided. You actually helped me to get rid of a few of my questions, and so did Commissioner Martinez. So I will move on to the first one, though, I would like to bring to your, or ask you, is to do with sales forecasting. And I've just asked the administrator to bring up the spreadsheet, just to give him the spreadsheet that is noted there, September 29th, Q18 Watson, which is a response that Light and Power had provided back in September the 29th. I provided that. If you could put that up, great. Thank you. Looking at that spreadsheet, I just noted that, you know, we were looking for 2020, as you would see there in red, a relatively low kilowatt hour sales, and this is actually kilowatt hours that we are, or sorry, yeah, kilowatt hours here. We have that for 2020. What was the number for 2021? We were then focusing on going for 904 million kilowatt hours. What was the actual number we achieved in 2021?
Just give me 1 second.
Actually, it's right here, 931. Is that the right number?
Right. So 2021. So what you see there is actually you're seeing the actual sales is what is provided here. So we actually came in at 904 million kilowatt hours.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were going at 894. Sorry. Yes, correct.
And
sorry.
the projection was,
right.
you can see at table H. 3 in Schedule H, Memorandum of Sales Projection. The projection was 894.
894, yes,
Yep.
that's below here, sorry. I should have highlighted that. And then what we're, on that spreadsheet, we have up to June, but have you done estimate based on what you've now seen since June, what you are likely to achieve by the end of the year?
Well, for 2022, you're speaking of
2022, yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
So we have a high level of confidence that we would actually achieve the 931 as we had projected here for 2022. I should add that so far for the year, up to the end of September, we would have projected to be at 697 million kilowatt hours. I think that was our projection for up to September. And we actually, actual performance was 668 billion kilowatt hours. So I guess a difference of a million kilowatt hours, which is an error of actually less than 0.5%, right? It's a very, very small error. So our model continues to perform quite well relative to the actuals.
I'll just ask, just to see if what I have done here is reasonable. If the administrator could go on to the second tab, Adjustment 1. Yeah, what I did here, as you would see, there is, for these first 6 months, I identified that it was about, the average here was just about 4.2 million more a month than what it was in 2021. And if I continued that instead of an average of 4.2, I continued at 2 million kilowatt hours a month extra, which may be a conservative estimate. I would come up with 942 million kilowatt hours. And if I did that, it would show that there was an actual increase of 1.2% per year over 2020 and 2021, and then another 1.2% increase over the from 21 to 22. So the 1.2% is higher, the amount higher than the 931 million, sorry. So your total growth would have been 1.09 for 2020 to 21, and then 4.27 to 2022. Is that a reasonable, and that is a very, it may not be scientific, but it looks to me like a very conservative number, suggesting that by end of 2022, we could be in a region of 942 million kilowatt hours, as opposed to the 931 that you had previously projected. And I think, what number was it that you just said that you had anticipated it might be?
Right. So up to September, or we would have projected to be at 687 million kilowatt hours, and we actually
how much? 600?
697.
It's 900. That is for what?
697 up to September.
Oh no.
Up to September.
Oh, to September. Sorry, yeah, correct. And what you would project?
Our actuals, and our actuals actually came in at 698.
Right. So what would you be projecting? So you're thinking that based on what you're projecting, you would end up at 931 versus what I'm saying here potentially could be 942 or higher. Is that what you're suggesting?
Correct. Based on the performance of the model so far, I have no reason to question its performance. You know, so just to add, you know, anything can happen. Is a forecast, right? It so happened that the models are doing quite well, but you know, you got to compare that. I see what you're doing there, and it's reasonable what you're doing there, but you have to compare that to what happened last year. Last year, the final quarter of last year was a very, very, very strong quarter for the country in terms of tourism and in terms of other activities. We had so much pent-up demand that when persons were kind of free to do other things, you know, we had a lot of activity. And so we do not expect in our forecast to see that level of demand that we had, that we had last year during the last quarter, and that I think that kind of confirms what we are projecting to end 2022 at. Obviously, it's a forecast, and we are dealing with behaviors, and behaviors can change, but we have to base our projections on some methodology, and the methodology that we have employed thus far have proven to provide a reasonable forecast.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Is this then reasonable? What I'm seeing here, you would see that you had these high increases between 2020 and 2021, as you just described, in the latter part of the year. So is that what is explained between the red 2020 and 2021? You see for August, for example, you're seeing about a 4.5 million kilowatt hour increase over that 1 month. So I understand what you're saying, and it sort of negates my projecting forward. So thank you very much for that explanation. Okay, so that covers my question, because the next point would have been if it was significantly different, we would have wanted to have an adjusted sales forecast. But as you're saying, it looks reasonable what you've already done. Okay, so I'm just moving on then. As I said, several issues have been answered on the cost of service study. But I was just listening to your thing on the rate making process, and I just wondered, you talked about adjusting for the residential customers to protect them. Were there other considerations besides that, like that you gave, like protecting other categories of customers, or were they the only category that you felt that needed protection in a case like that? In this case, I should say.
Right. So we sought to design rates that was fair for all of our customers, and we did offer a level of protection, or continue a level of protection for some customers, but we also reduced the level of protection for those customers as well, in order to be fair for all of our customers. So you will notice that again, if you reference our table K5, you will notice.
Yeah, and if you can bring that up, yeah. If the administrator could bring that up. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you will
notice. Go ahead. Sorry, Adrian.
Yeah. So you will notice in that table that we continue a level of kind of subsidy to certain classes. Again, the classes, in response to Commissioner Martinez, classes that were negative, again, being fair and considering the rate impact. All the classes, we did a uniform methodology in terms of how we went about designing these rates. All the classes that had a negative rate of return, we asked to come to zero. And for the domestic service class, whereby they were only contributing 75% here of the overall rate of return, realized rate of return, we continue a level of subsidy for domestic service class, but you will see that we actually reduced that. Instead of 75%, we asked them to contribute at least kind of 90%, right? And in considering the rate impacts, we felt that only asking them to contribute 90% would have kind of reduced the size of the bill impacts on these customer class.
Mm-hmm. And just on that same table there, as you look further over at what the deficiency in revenue is in column 10, can you explain that a little bit? No, that deficiency in revenue. What does that deficiency in revenue mean there in column 10?
Right. So the deficiency is really the difference between the current realized rate of return, which is in column 4, the current realized rate of return, and the targeted. Sorry. Sorry. So I was explaining that it is the difference really between the actual realized rate of return for each customer class, which is in column 4, and the targeted rate of return that we require from these classes in columns 6. So that is really the amount of revenue, additional revenue, that needs to be provided by each customer class to meet the targeted rate of return.
So if you were to take, for example, the employees, because that's an easy one to see there, and you were to take that and put that at the targeted rate of return of 8.79%, what would be that additional cost in that category of customer? In other words, what impact would that have if you were to bring that up to the levels or 8.79% rate of return? What would that bring? Would that make a significant difference, or
Yeah.
what would those numbers be?
It wouldn't make any difference at all really to the other customer classes. If you go to table K4, table K4 would tell you, basically shows in columns 10 for employees that the cost of service rate of return of 8.79%, the additional revenue that will be required for employees will be $188,000. So you can see the difference between the $188,000 versus the $64,000. It would have really no impact at all on any of the other customer classes, but it would have a significant impact in terms of bill impact on the employee class, and it will also have an impact on the decision of the FTC in their last decision, whereby they indicated that employees should be granted some form of concessionary rate that is currently afforded to other employees of other institutions, that it is reasonable and appropriate and not unduly discriminatory.
Yeah. And using that same analysis things, the impact then, you can use that table also to measure the impact of the protection or the reduction in overall cost to the residential consumers and what the other tariffs will have to pick up as a result of that subsidy, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if we just go back quickly to that table, just very quickly, Administrator, I just want to go between K4 and K5, if maybe, and just to see, because okay, so it would be $19 million would be what the deficiency would be if we were to bring it to 8.79. And can we just look at the other K5 then? K5, thank you very much. And it is 16. So bring it up, so you've brought it up by 16 million instead of 19. So there's a difference in the region about just about $3 million there that is now then being taken up by the other tariffs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, but you said your objective was to achieve that in the as much as possible to try to minimize the increase for residential customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the impact then falls on to other consumers as a result. Okay, in the general service and other tariffs. Okay, just some that has covered quite a few of the questions. I'm sure the chairman is glad to know. What is the impact? Okay, so you measure the impact or indicated the impact. And obviously the reason it's impacting so heavily on the residential customers because they have the largest number of customers on the grid at this present point in time. Is that correct?
Correct. So the residential class accounts for about 87% of our customer base. And as I mentioned, that given that this class represents such a large proportion of our customers, we really place a lot of emphasis on minimizing any impacts on this group of customers. Okay.
So then you have, and maybe just to clarify a response that you just made, there are other groups within the different classes, like secondary voltage power, large power, potential vulnerable groups in those areas. Did you pay, even though as a class you may have said that this is what you're going to charge for them, did you identify any fallout in those areas where there will be people that may already be struggling to maintain the level of payments that are required in some of these tariffs? And I alluded to it in my opening statement. Did you have a look at that and see if there was other areas that had little or no cost, but could, as you said, have a big rate impact on the individual consumer?
So we have, in the commercial class, as I mentioned, the rate impact actually goes up to about 20% for some customers there in the commercial class. And the reason for that primarily is really because we have some customers, particularly on the secondary voltage power tariff, that they have the service, but they don't utilize, they utilize very, very, very few kilowatt hours. So by increasing the customer charge, they're actually seeing a kind of a large percentage increase in their bill, really only as a result of the customer charge, because they lose very, very few kilowatt hours on the grid. For those customers, we would reach out to some of those customers to see whether or not it's possible for some of those customers maybe to move to a different tariff, depending on how they utilize the service from the grid. But the challenge that we have here is that because how our rates are currently structured, that we recover about 75% of our fixed costs through the variable energy charges. It means that customers like those that we have the infrastructure there to provide them with power, but they don't utilize the power, that we are unable really to recover that fixed cost, and hence other customers have to bear really the burden of those costs. So that is one of the reasons why we had to kind of make that adjustment to the customer charges there to recover that fixed cost. But as I said, those customers, we will definitely reach out to them to see what is actually going on at the location and to see whether or not there are opportunities there to maybe move them to a different customer tariff.
Yeah, just to highlight the point that you're making, and if I can ask a couple more questions on it. If the administrator can go to BREA interrogatories up to August the 25th, and the part on secondary voltage bill impact, on the tab, secondary voltage bill impact. Okay, this was a response you gave to interrogatory. And as you can see here, there are different, because you're now dealing with demand, an increase in demand charge as it compares with your kilowatt hour charge. You would see that some of the rate impacts in the third column says average bill impact, potentially for some of those small customers. Well, for the whole class of customers, it may be about 8 to 10% increase. The bill impact for those may be 104.1% in this case. And so I just wanted to highlight this because, so the question is that, and these are, do you see that this, finding a solution for this group of customers who may fall within here, even though it's a large number of customers, the dollar bill value is very low. Do you see that impacting significantly on the rate of return for other customers? Or like the employees that you just mentioned, it would be such a small impact on overall basis, but such a large impact on the individual customers.
So as you said, as I said, these are the group of customers that we're going to need to reach out to really find out what activity is going on there, because as you can see there, their average usage is very small. So you have a commercial customer who is consuming less than the average residential customer, or actually who is consuming less than the first band customers in the first band of our residential domestic class, which tells you that really there's maybe no activity there going, maybe just a light, maybe burning or something, someone coming on there. So hence that's the reason that we're gonna need to reach out to these customers to see whether or not we can move them to different class. But the challenge is that we have the resources there to service these customers. And given, again, the structure of our rates, we are unable to recover the costs from having those resources there because they use so few kilowatt hours.
Okay.
So the solution, sorry, Stephen. So as I say, so one solution is really, again, to see if we can, given that they may not need the service, a secondary voltage power service, they may or they may not need that service, and they may be better suited maybe to a different customer class where they will have, there will be a different rate impact, and where the resources necessary to supply them would be different.
Are you aware that we have real customers like this in Pelican Village that may not be able to move to the tariff that you want them to because of the nature of its overall three-phase supply that's being provided by the IDC? and not only Petherton Village, but maybe other IDC operations, because they don't know what is going to be the power need when they're building these things, that they may not be able to make that change under the current tariff that you have proposed, because you have no provision outside of your secondary voltage power tariff, as I see it, for a three-phase customer who may be using a very small amount.
Yes,
are you aware of that?
So that is correct. Currently, in our tariff, or our tariff proposal, we don't have a provision for customers who are on a particular tariff, who qualify for a particular tariff, to be charged rates on another tariff that they don't qualify for. It is a challenge for some customers. We understand that are on a rate that they qualify for, right? But based on how they use the power, and based also on they maybe a landlord-tenant situation whereby the landlord's electricity configuration only qualifies them for a particular tariff. So those customers we have to work with to see how best we can find a solution for them. But at the same time, not disadvantage the other customers that are within the particular class.
And I cannot make statements, so I'll just ask you the question. Isn't there opportunity to look and provide this within the rate? Because like you've done for domestic customers, you have a different classification depending on level of usage, etc. Don't you think there's an opportunity within the SDP to do something that with minimal, I mean, you're not talking about from 0 to 500, it's going to be probably maybe $100 or more or less than that extra per, that will be passed on for those customers that are being impacted. Don't you think that's something worthwhile considering, and would you be open to receiving a suggestion?
Yes, I believe that we would definitely be open to receiving a suggestion in terms of how to deal with these customers, because it potentially could be an issue, but it's a small set of customers, and we care about all of our customers. So if there's any way that we can help this particular group of customers, we will be certainly open to any suggestions there.
Well, I will definitely give a suggestion because it is a lot of money for individuals who are already struggling with the current rate. So I could imagine this will take them over the edge if we don't do something within the tariff structure to make it happen. So I appreciate you at least giving it an opportunity on air. Okay. The other points then, we covered that. It was mentioned earlier, and you did allude to in the cost of service part, and I just wanted to highlight it. Do you see that as you increase these rates, that you're likely, or do you think it's possible that people will actually try to find rates or ways to reduce their electricity costs, and therefore you not being able to achieve the level of revenue that you anticipate from this change in rates?
It is possible, but as I mentioned, one of our objectives here was to design rates that were more efficient, and if we are designing the rates properly in terms of efficiency, as customers maybe reduce their demand, our costs will also hopefully reduce as well. So at the end of the day, everything will basically balance out. But there is the possibility that customers will reduce their demand. But as a utility, our objective here is really for customers to use power as efficiently as possible. So as customers can find more efficient ways to use the energy that we supply, it's best for all of us, you know, as a country. So we have no issues per se with customers looking for opportunities to become more efficient in their consumption.
That is an excellent point. But would these changes likely to be in the short term or long term in terms of their usage can change in the short term, but are your costs likely to be changed, at least some of them, fixed costs, can they change in the short term?
So obviously fixed cost is fixed, but the variable costs, as I mentioned, once we recover fixed costs, more of our fixed costs, as we are trying to seeking the Commission's approval to more align our costs to be more efficient, our cost structure to be more efficient in recovering more of our fixed costs through fixed components, and variable costs through variable components. If customers reduce their demand from the in terms of more greater efficiency, by right, it should lead to a reduction of our variable costs, and at the end of the day, again, everyone is better for it.
Isn't that just for kilowatt hours? What about if the one area you're increasing your rate is in their demand component, and wouldn't customers or the commercial and industrial customers be looking to reduce their demand using mechanisms so that they could be more efficient in use of demand? And wouldn't that, and that's not going to change your demand, fixed demand components, are they going to be changed in the short term?
Well, in the short term, I don't know what will happen in the short term, but definitely our customers have the opportunity to modify their demand, their consumption, as meet their needs. Our objective here is to develop our design rates that will provide the right incentives, the right price signals to customers to use power as efficiently as possible. And we believe, again, if everyone uses electricity as efficient as possible, it's best for the entire network, it's best for the entire country.
Are you all in a position to advise customers on how they can do this better, or is that better sought from other sources?
So as a utility, we have kind of, to say we are a kind of a victim to our own success. We have, over the years, been promoting energy efficiency. You know, we are, one of the only products that encourage customers not to use our product. We actually really encourage customers to be as efficient as possible. We have had long-running campaigns in terms of encouraging customers and giving customers advice how to be more efficient in their use of electricity. And we have also reached out to commercial customers. We have done pilots with commercial customers in terms of helping them manage their demand, helping them manage doing power factor correction and so forth. And we have partnered with some international organizations in terms of working with the tourism sector and so forth, in helping them to find ways really how to use their power more efficiently.
And to that point, because I get this at Brea, we get this question all the time, why would Light and Power want to encourage renewable energy when it is actually cutting back on what they see, cutting back on the amount of your sales? Is that really the effect of renewable energy on the grid right now that is actually impacting on your sales in a significant way?
It can, and it do have an impact on our sales currently. But what I would say is that given the foresight of the Commission here, And through consultation, we have been able to implement a mechanism, what we call the buy-all-sell-all billing arrangement, which have helped us to really integrate renewable energy into the grid more efficiently. I can tell you, without this mechanism in place, there would be significant challenges in terms of financing the network for all of us, right? But given again the foresight and looking ahead, we have actually put that mechanism in place, and it's a mechanism, I should add, that it's now that countries all over the world, believe it or not, are now trying to replicate to as a way to facilitate greater penetration, sustainably facilitate greater penetration of renewables on their network.
So as I understand from that, and you said you would lose some, and I guess the ones that you lose are the ones that are not necessarily on that mechanism. What would those mechanisms be that you would be losing sales from as a result of the renewable energy?
So currently, customers who are on the sale of excess arrangement currently are able to avoid really contributing towards some of the fixed costs of the utility, of the service that we provide to them. In 2021, we would have lost about 2 million, I would say about 2 million kilowatt hours estimated from these customers. And without the buy-all-sell-all arrangement, we would have lost about over 42 million kilowatt hours without that arrangement. That's about $9 million that we would have had to recover from all of our other customers if we did not have that buy-all-sell-all arrangement in place. So as I said, it does contribute significantly towards the facilitating renewables onto the grid sustainably. And as renewables grow, as we move towards this 100% renewables, that means everyone will have, almost everyone will have a renewable panel on their grid and so forth. We really need to work with the regulator to come up with mechanisms to make sure that we continue to integrate the renewables sustainably onto the grid.
And do you think that this is going to grow as well as a result of energy storage becoming more and more cost effective? And is there a need to look at how, not to prevent it, because you don't want, I hope you don't want to prevent people doing things that work well for them, but make sure it doesn't have that negative impact on the other customers if they go off the grid or they stay on and just use you as standby.
Right, that's correct. So as part of this reapplication, what we propose is, or we believe that our proposal here is what is best for everyone, all of our customers and the country in general, and we therefore will continue, to look to recommend really what is best for our customers and what is best for our country. So as these issues arise, as we are seeing them arising, we will definitely reach out really to the stakeholders to see how best we can put our heads together to make sure that they do not result in any negative consequences really to our overall customer base.
Okay. Just continuing a little bit on cost structure, because your cost structure is going to change, as you know, based on your generation. You're going to be retiring generation in the coming years, and instead that generation is going to be provided by IPPs, independent power producers and customers at their homes, etc. They're going to be providing that source, and then there's also going to be energy storage. So as this changes, you have a rates that are designed similar to based on a cost structure, historical cost structure. And suppose in the next 2 years, you're not earning the level of return because you're not earning as customers' usage changes, you're not earning enough. What do you think is going to be necessary for the coming years to be able to adjust your structure, how you build customers, how you propose to the FTC to build customers? What do you see coming in the coming years to be able to address these changes on the grid as we move forward? That you still maintain your rate of return, but are able to also maintain the supply of customers.
Could you give him an opportunity to answer the very long question?
Sure. Yeah.
So we as a utility, we anticipate some of these changes. Again, the government outlined their policy objective to move towards 100% renewables. We took that very serious. So we started to think about how best we can, again, in a more sustainable way, kind of facilitate these policy objectives. And one of the mechanisms that we came up with, and we have kind of recommended to or sought approval of the regulator to implement, is the Clean Energy Transition Rider. We believe that that is a mechanism that will help us to, again, facilitate the renewable infrastructure needed really to implement this policy objective. We would have applied for that mechanism back in 2020, and we are currently awaiting a decision from the regulator on that mechanism. But we believe that mechanism is one mechanism, maybe of many others that we may have to put our heads together and come up with that can help in terms of how we sustainably facilitate this policy objective going forward.
So what do you see
Mr. Worm, before you start, it is approaching 4 p.m., so we just would like an indication of how soon you'll be able to wrap up so that we could.
Yeah, I have a few more questions, sir. So if
how many is a few more? Could I give you 5 more minutes, so we don't have to return to you in the morning?
No,
we have a
that will not do, sir. No,
we have a very tight date.
15,
Just wait a minute, Mr. Worm.
Sorry, sir. I thought I was answering you, sir. Sorry.
No, I'm just indicating that, tomorrow is the final day of what we've assigned so far. We have several interveners to ask questions after you, and we did indicate that we would recall Mr. Blackman. So I'm just trying to manage the time so that everyone has a fair opportunity to engage the witness, and we also need to give the Mr. Allen time to cross-examine the witness. So I have all of that. So I'm just asking you if you could quickly wrap up. We can give you 5 more minutes so that tomorrow morning we can go straight to Ms. Cummins.
Sir, if you want to instruct me to finish in 5 minutes, I could not do what I would like to, the quick questions that I have. So I do not think that I can meet your requirements. So I will come tomorrow and I will try to ensure that I'm as efficient as possible.
We are just trying to be fair to the others that have to follow you.
And I understand that, and I'm trying to be fair, but I also want to make sure that we get the
But
issues
everyone
out.
wants, Mr. Worm,
So-
just to give me a minute. As I indicated to you, there's several other persons behind you that have to cross-examine the witness. So I'm just asking for some cooperation in this area. We have
As I
one
said-
more day, Mr. Worm, and 2 witnesses. So I'm just asking you if you could ask a couple questions. I'm craving everyone's indulgence, and I said we'll give you a couple more minutes to ask a few questions, Mr. Worm. I don't want to be...
I would have to go through my questions to make sure I got the most important ones out, sir. So if you can give me some time in the morning to do that, or tonight. All right, but
the
if you...
discussion we were asking is that we don't want to start back this process in the morning. I'm just asking for some cooperation from your side.
I'm quite happy to give you cooperation, sir, as I've done right throughout the sessions. And a lot of the time delays have absolutely nothing to do with me. And I just say to you that this is one of the most critical witnesses as I see at the end of the day.
And everyone wants their opportunity, recognizing that, Mr. Worm.
So, sir, if you instruct, I will end it at this point, because I am not in a position to end it without going through what I've suggested, have a look and make sure I got, if I'm only allowed 5 more minutes, I would need to be able to get the questions that I want. So I'm quite happy. If you want me to end off here, I will do so without starting back in the morning, and I would thank you very much for the opportunity that you've given me. But I do not think I've had the adequate opportunity to go through the areas that I think are important, not only to myself and to the country, but also to our association. So I do appreciate you have a business hearing to run, and I will abide by your decision.
So Mr. Worm, if I give you, we've spent the last 5 minutes debating this. If I give you 10 minutes, could you wrap it up this evening?
Sir, I would appreciate me going through. As I told you, it will take me that to just look through. I have another at least 20 more questions to go
20
through.
more questions, Mr. Worm? Okay.
Yes. Because
we'll
there
give
are
you the
several
5
areas
minutes in the morning. We will give you the 5 minutes in the morning. Okay. The time being 4:05, we stand adjourned.